Chapter 2274 An invasion. Lu Ming took out a piece of the world core and erased the power of law on it. He began to refine it and improve his cultivation. One piece after another, Lu Ming spent the next 2 months refining the world core. Lu Ming was focused on cultivation and was unaware of the outside world. As Lu Ming was cultivating, countless alien races were charging toward Two World City. The outsiders were attacking the city. B0XO. Boom. 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 The massive black battleships, which looked like majestic mountains, tore through the sky and brought up the fierce wind. Each of them had a large number of alien experts. At a glance, one would not know how many alien races there were and how many battleships there were. Two World City was naturally alerted. The outsiders are attacking the city. His roar echoed throughout Two World City. In Two World City, countless figures rose into the air. Gorgeous rainbows intertwined in the sky. It was extraordinarily beautiful. Countless experts appeared on the city walls of Two World City. Activate the formation. A voice spread throughout Two World City. This was definitely a heavenly emperor expert. Dense runes appeared all over the Two World City, especially on the city walls. The endless runes interweaved into a terrifying formation. The atmosphere in Two World City was extremely tense. This was a large-scale attack by the foreign races. In the past 100,000 years, the number of large-scale attacks by the alien races had become less and less. This was because the Tai Ching heavenly region had not been conquered for so many years. Many people guessed that the alien races must be gathering strength or planning something else. This time, the outsiders were attacking the city again. Had they lost their patience and were going to take Two World City by force? Charge! Break through the walls of Two World City. A loud roar came from the non-humans. Boom! 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 Huge battleships were charging toward Two World City. However, even though those warships were huge, they were still far from the city walls of Two World City. Attack! After the alien battleship had flown a certain distance, someone on the Two World City's wall gave the order. Boom! Boom! Countless dazzling runes appeared on the city walls. They transformed into formations and then into beams of attacks that attacked the non-human battleships. There were giant swords as large as mountains, battle sabers that could break the sky, and so on. In addition, there were also huge crossbows on the city walls. Each of these crossbows was the size of a small hill, and the arrows were dozens of meters long. They were extremely powerful and could kill a peak true emperor with one shot. In addition, there were also giant Ori rock cannons. This kind of giant cannon was made by refining. It was engraved with arrays and powered by raw stones. As long as enough raw gemstones were added, it could produce a terrifying attack that could hit even from 10,000 miles away. Once hit, even a rank 18 true emperor expert would die. Even great emperors didn't dare to ignore it. These were all great killing weapons of war. Boom! 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 All sorts of attacks were launched at the alien battleships. The non-human battleships lit up with energy shields to resist the attacks of Two World City. Endless attacks landed on the energy shield, which kept shaking. Counterattack! Some of the alien races roared. The battleships also launched various attacks at Two World City, but they were blocked by the light outside the city. The two sides attacked from long range and exchanged blows. The entire sky was drowned in dazzling light. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of sword radiance shot out from Two World City. It was extremely bright among all the other lights. The sword light was filled with boundless heaven's might. This was the attack of a heavenly emperor. However, a giant axe among the outsiders struck out and blocked the sword light. Then, a burly figure appeared in the sky, exuding an earth-shattering aura. Celestial Emperor of the Heaven Realm, come out and fight me. The burly foreign being opened his mouth and his voice was like thunder that reverberated throughout the entire area. I'm not afraid of you. A brilliant sword light rushed out of Two World City and attacked the alien race. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow and then fought their way into the depths of the sky. These two people were undoubtedly figures of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The attacks from both sides continued. Boom! 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 Finally, the defense of another alien battleship was broken. Endless attacks landed on the battleship. The battleship was blown up, sending all kinds of metals flying everywhere. On the warship, countless alien races were flying around, but many of them were killed by the falling attacks. Whoosh! An arrow that was dozens of meters long pierced through the void and sent a peak true emperor non-human flying 1,000 miles. Boom! The other peak true emperor expert was hit by a beam of light and exploded. However, there were a few figures that were unusually powerful. They charged forward and blocked a large number of attacks. These were all non-human emperor-level figures. Charge, charge! The battleships of the foreign races continued to rush toward Two World City. As they rushed out, more battleships were destroyed, and more alien races were killed. However, the battleships of the foreign races were getting closer and closer to Two World City. In the end, the alien races had lost more than a dozen battleships and thousands of experts. They had finally reached the Two World City. Boom! 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 The battleships crashed into the light shield outside Two World City. The light shield trembled violently and was actually torn apart. Kill our way in! The alien race roared and charged in through the openings. Kill! On the city walls of Two World City, there were also many experts who rushed towards these holes. They fought with the alien races next to the holes. It was a brutal battle. At the same time, the formation on the Two World City's walls was still in operation. It turned into a series of attacks, attacking the foreign kinds. This was the advantage of the Heaven Realm. By relying on the Two World City, although they had far fewer experts than the foreign kinds, they could still stop the foreign kinds in their invasion. Kill, kill! The killing was unusually brutal. There was no mercy here, only killing. This was a war between two worlds, and it concerned the survival of a world. Only by killing the opponent could one survive. Experts from both sides continued to fall and would forever remain here. Relatively speaking, the Heaven Realm side had the upper hand, because the experts of the Heaven Realm only needed to block those torn holes. With the help of the Great Formation, it was much easier for them. Although there were some who died in the battle, the number of alien races killed was more than that. Double. Boom. 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 The void trembled as figures from the alien race stepped out, exuding terrifying fluctuations. Heavenly Emperors. They were all Heavenly Emperors. There were more than 10 Heavenly Emperors. More than a dozen Heavenly Emperors appeared at the same time, and the aura they released was too strong. The heaven and earth seemed to be groaning, unable to bear such a terrifying pressure. However, at the same time, a celestial the Arch rushed out from Two World City and blocked the other party. Battle! There was nothing much to say. The Heavenly Emperors of both sides were engaged in a great battle. Some of them fought into the depths of the sky, while others fought in the dark space. Chapter 2271 Challenge from another race. This battle went on for 3 days. The non-humans paid a heavy price, but they did not manage to break through the Two World City. The war drums sounded, and the non-humans began to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The battleships retreated one by one. Outside the Two World City, the tear had also closed up. Updated on B0X and 0VEL. Clean up the battlefield. Someone ordered. The Heaven Realm warriors started to pack up. They sorted out the alien race's corpses and the Heaven Realm's creatures that died in battle. Many people's hearts were heavy. In this battle, although more of the foreign races had died, the Heaven Realm had also paid a heavy price. A large number of experts had died in battle. This is the first time in 30,000 years that the non-humankind has launched such a large-scale attack on the city. Someone sighed. A few years ago, because of that space passage, the alien races had attacked the city once, but it wasn't on a large scale. After packing up, these resources would all be collected by the upper echelons of Two World City in the Redemption Main Hall and used as public resources. On the city wall, they were still on guard, in case the foreign races attacked again. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, huge battleships were charging over again. The foreign races were attacking the city again. A huge battle had broken out once again after half a month. This battle was even more brutal than the previous one. Countless experts died in battle. Even the great sovereigns were killed one after another. There were also heavenly emperors who were seriously injured. In the end, seeing that they couldn't take him down, the alien races retreated. Why are the foreign races launching large-scale attacks in succession? This is the first time in 100,000 years. Some of them looked very serious. Many people were guessing that the alien races had lost their patience and were planning to break into Two World City at all costs. I've heard that more than 10 years ago, in another battlefield, the alien races have launched a large-scale attack. In the past few years, there have been constant killing. Another person spoke, and the atmosphere became even more oppressive. The Two-World City was not the only battlefield in the Tai Ching heavenly region. There was another one. It was also a passageway, but it was not connected to the Hunyuan heavenly region, but to another heavenly region. The Tai Ching heavenly region was connected to two other heavenly regions. They all had the same path, and these two passages naturally became battlefields. The other battlefield was not weaker than the two world cities. It was also guarded by a large number of cultivators, and there was constant fighting all year round. As for that battlefield, the foreign races had launched a large-scale attack more than 10 years ago. Over the years, the fighting had been endless. Just like that, another half a month passed by peacefully. Half a month later, the foreign races started their attack again. But this time, the alien race stopped tens of thousands of miles away. What the hell are they doing? On the side of the heavenly realm, everyone was puzzled. At this time, a group of people flew out from the side of the alien race. They flew towards the two-world city and stopped 10,000 miles away. I heard that in the past few years, there have been many geniuses in the heaven realm. Among the younger generation, countless strong people have been born. It just so happens that some geniuses have also been born in our realm. Why don't we have a friendly match? A figure stepped out from the alien race's side, and his voice echoed throughout the entire area. This alien was as handsome as a piece of jade. He had a head of purple hair and was extremely handsome. He looked no different from a human except for the eye in the middle of his forehead. This was a king of the non-human kind, a terrifying heavenly emperor. The foreign races were going to send geniuses to challenge them. Many people were moved. How are you guys going to fight? An important figure from the heaven realm spoke. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages. You guys can leave, the non-human king said. Then, 5 figures walked out from the non-human race. They were 4 young men from the foreign tribe. Although it was hard to recognize them from their appearances, they were indeed from the younger generation and weren't old. These are the 4 young heavens favorites from my realm. Your realm can send 4 heavens favorites to fight. The non-human king said. What the hell is this alien doing? It's simple. The outsiders want to use this move to strike a blow to the morale of the heaven realm. If their elites can crush our elites, many of our elites will be filled with despair and feel that there's no hope. On the contrary, the outsiders' morale will be greatly boosted. Many people were discussing. Many people came to a sudden realization. That was indeed the case. This time, the heaven realm and the primordial realm could be said to have reached their golden age, giving birth to countless prodigies. Many people saw this group of geniuses as the hope of the heaven realm. They even used a large amount of resources to cultivate them and allowed them to enter and leave all kinds of cultivation holy lands. He hoped that this batch of heaven's favorites would grow up and turn the tide of the battle. However, what if a heaven's favorite from the alien race defeated all the heaven's favorite? This proved that even if the heaven realm's prodigies grew up, they would still be no match for the alien races. How despairing was this? It would be strange if their morale wasn't low. However, they had to fight this battle. If they didn't fight, it would also affect their morale. This was the scheme of the outsiders. Many people looked at the non-human genius. One of them had a burly figure and his entire body was covered in purple scales. When his 3 eyes opened and closed, they shone with a bright light. The last one was less than a meter tall and had 4 arms. The third one was the strangest. He was about the same height as a human and had no scales on his body. However, he was like a shadow, his body constantly twisting. In the middle of his brows, there was a third eye. The fourth one made many people's eyes narrow. It was a purple-haired young man who was unbelievably handsome. His 3 eyes were slightly squinted, and there was a faint smile on his face. This was a king of a foreign race. Who will we send? Someone said. The 4 outsiders must be the top heaven's favorites. We only have Jiujue to fight them. There are some Jiujue in Two-World City, but they seem to be in seclusion. Send people to look for him. Voices rang out one after another. After that, some heavenly emperor realm powerhouses entered the various cultivation holy lands in Two-World City to look for Jiujue. As for the outsiders, they were waiting quietly outside the city walls. Not long after, a few figures flew towards the city wall from Two-World City. I found it! Many people's eyes lit up. There were a total of 4 young men following behind the Heavenly Emperor. It just so happens that 4 of the 9 absolutes are in Two World City. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. The others also smiled. The 9 Jew youth were the 9 strongest heaven's favorites among the Heaven Realm's younger generation. They had long reached the true Emperor realm and were all heaven-defying geniuses. With Jojue taking action, he would definitely be confident. Are they the ones? A young man from the 9 absolutes spoke coldly and arrogantly. He was filled with great confidence. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. Naturally, he was from the Black Tortoise Forest. Back then, he was defeated by him and almost withdrew from 9 absolutes. During this period of time, the Black Tortoise Forest had been cultivating in seclusion in Two World City, and his combat power had improved greatly. Haha, I've been in closed-door cultivation for a long time and want to move my muscles and bones. A bald young man grinned. Chapter 2273. 9 Supremes versus Non-Human Prodigies. The few people from the Black Tortoise Forest were all very confident. Among the younger generation in the Heaven Realm, they were all at the peak of existence, with unparalleled talent. They firmly believed that as long as they grew up, they would be able to reverse the current situation of the Heaven Realm, defeat the alien races, and even lead the Heaven Realm army to kill their way to the evil God realm. They didn't even put the young Heaven's favorite of the non-human race in their eyes. I'll go out with you. Updated on B0X and 0VEL. Calm Heavenly Venerates 6 sages said as he stepped forward, followed by a few other celestial emperors. The 4 paragons of the Black Tortoise Forest also stepped out and appeared outside the Two World City. They stopped not far away from the outsiders. You're finally here. I thought you didn't dare to fight. One of the foreign beings said. In the contest of the younger generation, the Heaven Realm is not afraid of anyone. Heavenly Venerates 6 sages said coldly. Since that's the case, let's begin. You can choose any of the 4 prodigies of our realm. The alien imperial clan Heavenly Emperor said. At this moment, the 4 from the Black Tortoise Forest were also sizing up the 4 foreign young heavens favorites. When they saw the young man from the royal family, their eyes turned serious. Everyone knew that the royal non-human races were extremely rare, but each one of them had terrifying battle power and endless potential. They didn't care about the other non-human heavens favorites, but they had to take the royal non-human race seriously. I'll go first. The Black Tortoise Forest spoke first and stepped forward. His gaze scanned the 4 non-human heavens favorites before finally landing on the burly non-human. The burly alien race was the most widespread and numerous race among the alien races. The people in the Heaven Realm knew this race the best. The Black Tortoise Forest would naturally choose the one they were most confident in. You fight me. The Black Tortoise pointed at the burly alien. You're choosing me? The 3 eyes of the burly alien opened and closed, emitting a cold killing intent. He felt that he had been underestimated when he was the first one to be chosen. Kid, it's your bad luck that you chose me first. Remember, the one who defeated you is called Wei Mo. A burly alien stepped out, exuding a powerful aura. True Emperor. Without a doubt, the foreign youth Wei Mo had already stepped into the true Emperor realm. There are strong and weak true Emperors too. Kill. The Black Tortoise Forest moved. He pushed out with both hands, and 2 stars appeared, blasting toward Wei. Small tricks. Destroy. Vimo Dandan said, and 2 beams of destructive light shot out of his third eye. Bang! Bang! The Black Tortoise Forest's 2 stars were easily destroyed by the other party. Xuanwu Lin's expression darkened slightly. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and stars appeared around him one after another. There was a total of 360 stars. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist. The Black Tortoise Forest didn't hold back at all. He directly used his strongest killing move and raised his combat strength to the extreme. Whoosh! 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 1 star after another streaked through the air, shooting toward Wei Mo with a long tail. The Black Tortoise Forest's combat strength has increased a lot. That's right. A few years ago, when he fought with Lu Ming in Yaoguang Ancient City, he was only equivalent to a 3rd-stage true emperor. Now, he's already a 5th-stage true emperor. His improvement is shocking. He's indeed a peerless genius. Many people from the heavenly realm were overjoyed. The Black Tortoise Forest must have suffered a great loss in the battle with Lu Ming. In the past few years, they had worked hard and improved tremendously. They believed that this battle was in the bag. But in the next moment, everyone from the heaven realm's expression changed. Wayamo let out a long hiss, and his body was covered with a crystal-like purple light. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and his burly body rushed toward the black tortoise forest like a wild beast. Buzz! 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 At the same time, Wayamo held the battle axe with both hands and continuously slashed at the stars. Bang! Bang! Those stars were like bubbles as they were easily split apart by Wayamo. Wayamo strode forward, his battle axe continuously slashing out. One star after another was formed, but they were all broken. Xuanwu Lin's expression changed. With a loud roar, he pushed his palms forward. In an instant, 200 stars shot towards Wayamo. Break! Wayamo shouted coldly, and in an instant, he chopped out a few hundred times, filling the sky with axe shadows. The stars exploded one after another. Kill! In the end, Wayamo let out a loud roar and slashed out a shocking axe radiance. A huge battle axe with an energy of 10,000 meters stood between the heaven and earth and suddenly slashed toward the black tortoise forest. Xuanwu Lin's pupils contracted sharply, and he exploded with all his strength. He fused all the stars into one, turning it into a huge star that blasted toward his opponent. However, as the giant axe came down, the star exploded like a sun exploding in the sky. Black Tortoise Lin let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying. He flew for more than 10,000 meters and fell to the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He was defeated. The Black Tortoise Forest had lost. The Heaven Realm experts' faces were extremely ugly. The powerful Black Tortoise Forest, which was one of the 9 absolutes, was defeated without causing much trouble to the other party. This Waymo's battle power is at least at the 6th stage True Emperor level. Someone said solemnly. Many people gasped. Did the foreign races also have such terrifying geniuses? How could this be? The Heaven Realm and the Primordial Realm had only produced a large number of prodigies when they reached their golden age. However, how could the foreign races also have such powerful prodigies? It must be someone else. It's impossible for the Outlanders to have many of such heaven's favorites. Impossible. Someone growled, finding it hard to accept. Is this the Heaven Realm's top genius? Can't even withstand a single blow. Wayamo spoke coldly and looked at the Black Tortoise Forest with disdain. He carried his battle axe and walked back. Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages and the other heavenly emperors all had ugly expressions on their faces. The loss of the Black Tortoise Forest would more or less affect the morale of the Heaven Realm. You must win the second round. The 6th Saint Venerable transmitted his voice to the remaining 3 heaven's favorites. I'll do this round. The bald young man stepped forward. This person's combat strength was very strong. Back in the Alcade Ancient City, he had also made a move to deal with Lu Ming. Later, he was stopped by Dandan and displayed shocking combat strength. He was much stronger than the Xuanwu Forest at that time. The bald young man's gaze swept across the remaining 3, and finally fell on the 4-armed skinny foreign man. You come out and fight me, the bald youth said. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Smiling faintly, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the bald youth with astonishing speed. Buzz! Then the skinny young man made his move. In a flash, his skinny body disappeared. The next moment, 4 extremely sharp blades appeared around the bald young man and slashed at him. So fast! Many people were shocked. The speed of this skinny foreign being was simply too astonishing. His body was so fast that it was impossible to catch him. Crazy Devil Fist Technique! The bald young man roared and punched out with both fists like a mad demon. The terrifying fist force swept in all directions. Buzz! Whoosh! The sound of metal vibrating reverberated in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them exchanged over 100 moves, their speed fast to the extreme. Chapter 2274 Non-Human Prince. The speed of the bald young man's fist technique was also shockingly fast. He was actually able to block his opponent. The 2 of them exchanged hundreds of moves in an instant, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Interesting, you can actually keep up with my speed. But let me tell you, I'm only halfway there. The skinny alien laughed coldly. Suddenly, his speed increased once more, and his 4 sharp weapons began to move at double the speed they had before. The bald young man was shocked. He roared and circulated his fist technique to the extreme. However, He was still no match for the other party and was not faster than him. Updated on B0X and 0VEL. A wound appeared on the bald youth's body, almost cutting his body in half. Blood was flowing out. The bald youth retreated frantically, trying to avoid his opponent's attack. However, his opponent's figure didn't stop, and neither did his attacks. He couldn't avoid it at all. The bald young man was hit again. His body was slashed, and this time, one of his arms was cut off. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and revealed a look of despair. Die! The skinny non-human's eyes were savage as he charged toward the bald youth. I admit defeat. Admit defeat. At the critical moment, the bald man shouted. Die! The petite young man didn't stop and continued to attack the bald young man. Enough! One of the celestial thearchs beside Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages made his move. A wave of power enveloped the bald youth and swept him up to his side. Hee. You need the celestial thearch to make a move? What a waste! The skinny foreign man sneered and looked at the bald youth with disdain. Then he stepped back. The bald youth's expression was extremely unsightly. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and then sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages and the few heavenly emperors also had ugly expressions on their faces. When the heavenly emperor saved the bald youth, the other party's heavenly emperor did not stop him. Perhaps, the other party did it on purpose. The bald youth's defeat and the heavenly emperor's intervention were witnessed by countless people from both sides. This was a huge blow to the heaven realm. Their top geniuses were no match for the heavenly emperor and needed the heavenly emperor to save them. How ironic was this? How did this happen? Some people in the heaven realm looked desperate. If their overall strength could not compare to the outsiders, and even the geniuses of this generation could not compare to the outsiders, then what hope did the heaven realm have? If he struggled on his last breath, he would be defeated and destroyed by the other party sooner or later. At this moment, there were still 2 heaven's favorites who had yet to make a move. The non-human who was like a shadow stepped out and said in a cold and harsh voice, "Which one of you is going to fight me?" There were still 2 young heaven's favorites from the heaven realm. One of them was a beautiful woman, and the other was a handsome young man in a blue shirt. I'll deal with this person. As for the royal non-human race, I'll have to rely on you. I'm definitely not his match. At this moment, the beautiful woman said to the young man in blue. There were also differences in the 9 absolutes of the heaven realm's youth. The young man in blue was one of the top 9 absolutes. He was ranked in the top 3. All right, no matter what, we can't lose the next 2 matches. The young man in blue said. All right, the beautiful lady nodded her head and floated out. Without saying anything, she started to fight with the shadow-like evil god race member. The 2 of them should be at the 7th stage true emperor realm. This battle was very intense. However, the other party's body was extremely strange. Not only was it like a shadow, but it could also launch soul attacks. After dozens of moves, the beautiful woman was at a disadvantage. How did this happen? The people from the heaven realm cried out in disbelief. How could there be so many powerful heaven's favorites from the alien race? They are even more terrifying than the heaven realm. This is really despairing. No, I can't be defeated. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Suddenly, she no longer defended and let the other party stab her. She seized this opportunity and attacked with all her might. This was a lose-lose fighting method, but it was effective. Obviously, the opponent had not expected the beautiful woman to be so ruthless and be hit in one move. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them were forced back. The beautiful woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was almost torn apart by the sword chi and she was severely injured. However, the other party was not in a good state either. He was hit by the beautiful woman's full-force attack and was also seriously injured. Both sides were injured. On the heavenly realm side, after the beautiful woman's all-out attack, the battle finally ended in a draw. However, no one in the heavenly realm was happy. There was only despair. The evil god realm had also given birth to such a powerful heaven's favorite. What hope did the heaven realm have? It seems that you came prepared today. The 4 of them should be the strongest heaven's favorites in your world, right? A heavenly emperor from the heaven realm spoke. Many people's eyes lit up. It was possible that the alien race had come prepared. They might have brought the strongest heaven's favorites here, which was why they were so strong. As for the heaven realm, Not all of the 9 absolutes were present. There were still some geniuses who were still growing. If that was the case, then there was hope. You don't have to lie to yourselves. 111 tell you the truth. The 3 people who fought just now can't even enter the top 10 in my jia. A non-human heavenly emperor sneered. You can't even enter the top 10? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. It's fake. It's definitely just an alarmist talk. It's probably a blow to us. We can't believe it. Everyone in the heaven realm was in an uproar. No one believed it. The 3 outsiders who had just fought were already unbelievably powerful. Even 9 absolutes from the heaven realm was no match for them. With such combat strength and cultivation, they still couldn't enter the top 10 of the outsiders. This was too despairing. They naturally didn't believe it. How sad. No wonder you were defeated. One swear in the name of the heavenly emperor that all of this is the truth. The heavenly emperor from the foreign race said indifferently. Everyone in the heaven realm was in despair. Was what the other party said true? This is a prince of our realm. He has amazing talent and is ranked 9th among the younger generation in our realm. Then, the non-human heavenly emperor pointed at the non-human young man. The young man from the royal family stepped forward and looked at the young man in blue. Remember, my name is Emotion Luo, and I will crush you. Fight! The young man in blue stepped forward and launched an attack at the prince of the alien race, Emotion Luo. Whoosh! 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 The blue divine light turned into a series of shocking attacks. The young man in blue revealed his terrifying combat strength as soon as he attacked. Rank 8 True Emperor. The eyes of the people from the heaven realm lit up. They saw hope. The blue-shirt young man's battle power had already reached the battle power of a rank 8 True Emperor. At such a young age, he was definitely powerful. You have some strength, but it's not enough. Emotion Luo said indifferently. A destructive light burst out of his eyes, turning into a dozen sword lights and slashing toward the blue-robed young man. The sword light whistled and broke through the attack of the young man in blue, forcing him to retreat quickly. What? He's so strong. Many people were shocked. How was it possible for him to force the blue-robed young man to retreat with a single move? Kill! Die! Emotion Luo shouted. The sword light whistled and slashed at the young man in blue. The young man in blue let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He used a terrifying divine art to break the sword light and attacked Emotion Luo. I'll defeat you, Emotion Luo said indifferently. He shot up into the sky and struck out with his palm. Chapter 2275 Chaos Gems found Emotion Luo was incomparably powerful and brave. He struck out with his palm, which directly pierced through the void and broke through all the attacks of the young man in blue. The blue-shirt young man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat and dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The terrifying palm print hit the chest of the young man in blue. He screamed as his chest was pierced through. His body flew more than 10,000 meters away and coughed up blood. He was seriously injured. No, that's impossible. Updated on B0X and 0VEL. Someone from the heavenly realm shouted. It was hard to accept this. The young man in blue was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 unique youths in the heaven realm. His combat strength had reached the level of a rank 8 True Emperor. However, he was severely injured after only a few moves from the prince of the foreign race. The difference was too great. More importantly, was it really as the foreign heavenly emperor had said, that Emotion Luo was only ranked 9th among the younger generation of the foreign races? In that case, there was really no hope for the heaven realm. When this generation of geniuses grew up, what they brought to the heaven realm would not be hope, but despair. Many people roared, unwilling to accept all this. They had waited for countless years, fought for countless years, and finally arrived at the golden age, the age of geniuses. This generation was destined to rise to the top and give birth to the most powerful experts. Everyone was looking forward to the rise of this generation, and then they would kill their way back and take back the 9 heaven domain of the heaven realm. However, this was the result that he had been waiting for. Many people's faces were pale. At this moment, their morale was completely gone. What was the use of fighting and risking their lives? It's not good. Heavenly Venerate 6 sages sighed inwardly. He knew that this was a huge blow to everyone, and the situation was not good for the heaven realm. Ha ha ha, the so-called golden age of the heaven realm is nothing more than this. You can't even withstand a single blow. Do you still have any heaven's favorites? All of you come out and fight. One of the heaven's favorites laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. Today, their goal had been successfully achieved. The morale of the heaven's favorites is low. After a period of time they will definitely collapse. There are still many geniuses from the heaven realm who are not in the two-world city. Otherwise they would not be weaker than you. Heavenly Venerate 6 sages spoke. At this point in time, he definitely couldn't show weakness. Oh really? Then I'll give you time to send people to find the heaven's favorites. I'm just afraid that the people you send will be too weak to withstand a single blow. The foreign celestial the arch laughed. Go and find the top 2 of the 9 uniques. This time, we can't let our morale drop. Heavenly Venerate 6 sages sent a voice transmission to a heavenly emperor. I'm just afraid that they have even more powerful chosen. The heavenly emperor sighed. I can't care so much. Now we can only fight. The celestial said. The heavenly emperor nodded and left in a flash. The non-humans stood still on the battlefield, waiting with calm and composed expressions. At that moment, Lu Ming had ended his cultivation. I don't have enough energy to break through to the true emperor realm. Lu Ming sighed. Although he had refined many world cores, he had only managed to rush to the peak of the 7-star illusionary emperor stage. It was impossible for him to break through to the true emperor stage unless he had a large number of chaos stones or primordial chaos stones. Forget it. I'll continue to the battlefield of true emperors. With my current cultivation, I'm invincible in the periphery of the battlefield of true emperors. 111 Hunt for some alien race essence crystals and exchange them for chaos gems. After making up his mind, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and flew out of Two World City. As they neared the city walls, Lu Ming felt that something was amiss. The atmosphere in Two World City was extremely heavy and oppressive. There's a big battle. Lu Ming did not need to think. He could guess that there must have been a huge battle. When he arrived at the city wall, he found that many people's eyes were filled with helplessness and despair, as if they had lost hope. Lu Ming understood what had happened after asking around. A heaven's favorite from another race? There's also the prince of the alien race. I found the chaos gem. Lu Ming muttered to himself before his eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the city and saw the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor and the others on the city wall. He hurriedly walked toward them. Lu Ming. Heavenly Emperor Hangyu sensed Lu Ming and smiled. Senior Hangyu, please let me out. Lu Ming said. You're going out? Heavenly Emperor Hangyu revealed a look of surprise. That's right. I'm going to go and meet some outsider chosen. Lu Ming nodded. The Hangyu Heavenly Emperor and the other Heavenly Emperors looked at Lu Ming hesitantly. Although Lu Ming's talent was unprecedented since ancient times, he had just become a martial emperor not long ago. A few years ago in the Alcade Ancient City, Lu Ming's combat strength was not weak and he could defeat the Black Tortoise Forest at that time. But now, even though the Black Tortoise Forest's combat strength had improved greatly, they were still not a match for the foreign kind's prodigy. Even if Lu Ming's progress was faster and he was stronger than the Black Tortoise Forest, it was impossible for him to be a match for the alien prince. All right. However, the Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor only considered it for a moment before nodding in agreement. Lu Ming had already created history. He had become a divine emperor with many laws. It was unprecedented. No matter how fast Lu Ming improved, there was nothing to be surprised about. There was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. They hoped that Lu Ming could defeat the alien race's prodigy and restore the morale of the heaven realm. The Hangyu Heavenly Emperor immediately ordered the formation to be opened and Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he flew out of Two World City. Instantly, it attracted everyone's attention. That is Lu Ming. It's him. It's Lu Ming. Why is he out? Is he going to fight with the alien race's prodigy? Before Lu Ming became a divine emperor, he controlled many laws and even 3 ultimate laws. He defied the heavens and became a divine emperor. There has never been anyone like him in history. As soon as he became a divine emperor, he rushed to the 4-star Void Emperor realm and suppressed the Black Tortoise Forest. Now that a few years have passed, Lu Ming must be stronger. He might even be able to fight against the prodigies of the alien race. Many people revealed hopeful expressions. One don't think so. No matter how strong he is, He can't be a match for the prince of the alien race. Someone poured cold water on the conversation. He was an expert from the Lan family. Why boost other people's morale and destroy your own? You'll know after the battle. Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu glanced at the Lan family's expert and said coldly. The Lan family's expert's expression changed, and he didn't dare to say anything. Lu Ming moved as fast as lightning and arrived beside the 6 sages. Lu Ming. Heavenly venerates 6 sages, and the others looked at Lu Ming and nodded. Senior, let me fight. Lu Ming said. You want to fight? What a joke. Didn't you see how strong the other party was? If you go, you'll only make us lose one more battle and deal a greater blow to our morale. Xuan Wulin said first. You're a piece of trash. Do you think others are like you? Lu Ming cast a disdainful glance at the Black Tortoise Forest. You? The Black Tortoise Forest's face turned red, but he had indeed suffered a crushing defeat just now, and he couldn't refute it. Lu Ming, fight with all your might, said the 6th saint. Lu Ming nodded and stepped forward. As he walked in front, the aura of a 7-star illusionary emperor completely burst out from his body. A 7-star illusionary emperor? How did he improve so quickly? Black Tortoise Lin's pupils contracted sharply as he roared in his heart in disbelief. Chapter 2276. Lu Ming takes action. The Black Tortoise Forest roared in his heart. He was in disbelief and was shocked by Lu Ming's cultivation. The others weren't any better. They were tongue-tied and gasped. A 7-star illusionary emperor was nothing, but this 7-star illusionary emperor had only become a great emperor 2 years ago, which was terrifying. The rest of the 9 Jew group, such as the bald young man, the young man in the blue shirt, and the beautiful lady, looked at Lu Ming in shock. All right. Updated on B0X and 0VEL. Com Heavenly venerates 6 sages, and the other celestial emperors were overjoyed. Lu Ming was so talented. If he continued to grow, he might really become a peak expert. The people from the heaven realm were shocked, but the outsiders were stunned and looked down on them. They did not know that Lu Ming had become a martial emperor more than 2 years ago. Is there really no one else in the heaven realm? They actually sent an illusionary the arch to die? A heavenly emperor from the foreign race sneered. So what if you're an empty emperor? It's enough to defeat your so-called heaven's favorites. Lu Ming's words were full of provocation and disdain. Arrogant! Leave this brat to me. Among the 4 heaven's favorites, the burly one covered in purple scales stepped out. A giant axe appeared in his hand, and his eyes were ferocious. This person was called Wei Mo, and he had easily defeated the Black Tortoise Forest in his previous battle. No one from the foreign tribes stopped him. In their opinion, Wei Mo alone was enough to deal with a mere void emperor. Bang! Bang! Wei Mo's body glowed with purple light. He was 4 meters tall, more than twice Lu Ming's height. With every step he took, the ground rumbled, as if a giant beast was walking. Brat, 111 chop you into pieces with my axe. Wei Mo opened his mouth ferociously, his 3 eyes emitting a ferocious light. Lu Ming raised his middle finger and showed a look of disdain. You're looking for death. Wei Mo took a step forward, causing the ground to crack. His burly figure rushed towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. He was in mid-air when he swung his axe at Lu Ming. A terrifying axe radiance split the void into 2. A 6-stage true emperor is too weak. Lu Ming muttered. His figure soared into the sky and he charged towards the other party. When he encountered the other party's axe gleam, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Lu Ming used the inextinguishable golden body. His entire body was like a peerless divine weapon. At the same time, the power of the law covered his palm. Boom! The axe gleam was like tofu and could not withstand a single blow. It was immediately destroyed. Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he charged toward Wei Mo. Wei Mo was shocked. He did not expect that the attack that he had used all his strength to launch would be so weak in Lu Ming's hands. This was completely beyond his expectations. In his opinion, a mere void emperor could not be that strong. He would definitely be killed by his axe. It was too late to react and dodge. Lu Ming had already arrived. Bang! Lu Ming slapped Wei Mo's face. Wei Mo let out a blood-curdling scream and half of his face exploded. His body fell heavily to the ground, creating a huge pit. He lay in it and twitched non-stop. He was already half dead. The entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Wei Mo, who had been extremely powerful just now and had easily defeated the profound martial arts world's Wei Mo, could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. With just one move, he was crushed by Lu Ming and was severely injured. The impact of this was too strong. All right. Good hit. The heavenly realm erupted in cheers, and the two-world city was in an uproar. Many people shouted in excitement. It felt too good, too good. Earlier on, the heaven realm's paragons had been suppressed by the other party. Now that Lu Ming had made a move, he could kill one of the other party's paragons with one slap. This scene was as cool as drinking a glass of cold beer in the summer. At first, many people were in despair, but now they couldn't help but show hope. There were even stronger geniuses in the heaven realm. Although the heaven's favorites of the foreign races were strong, they were not undefeatable. Of course, there were also a few people who were angry instead of happy. For example, people from the Black Tortoise Forest, Lan Chang, and others who had a grudge against Lu Ming. Damn it, how did he become so strong? Damn it! The Black Tortoise Forest roared in his heart. He found it difficult to accept. Previously, he had been easily defeated by Wei Mo. Now, Wei Mo could not even withstand a single blow in front of Lu Ming. Did this not mean that he was too trashy? His face was extremely gloomy. Humph! Lan Chang coldly snorted, his expression not looking good. At the same time, the alien powerhouses also looked terrible. The alien race's prodigy had been defeated by Lu Ming in such a domineering manner. It was a slap to the face. It was really ugly and not good for their plan. Is this your chosen? Too weak. Change to another one. Lu Ming said casually, looking at the remaining 3 non-human talents. Of the remaining 3, other than Mo Tianluo, the prince of the foreign race, the other 2 looked solemn. Even if their combat strength was stronger than Wei Mo's, it was not by much. It was impossible for them to crush Wei Mo as easily as Lu Ming did. Even if they went up, they would definitely not be Lu Ming's match. A 7-star illusionary emperor with such battle strength. Interesting. Let me test you. Mo Tianluo stepped out. His purple hair was flying in the wind, and he was extremely handsome. In addition, the third eye between his brows was filled with a sense of evil. If he were to enter the human race, he would probably charm thousands of young girls. Lu Ming smiled. His target was the demonic sky net. Make your move, don't waste time. Lu Ming said loudly, as if he did not take the Devil Sky King seriously at all. Mo Tianluo's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was surrounded by purple qi. Whoosh! His eyes shone with a brilliant light, which transformed into a huge combat sword. It slashed at Lu Ming with shocking power. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and circulated the world energy to the extreme. At the same time, a long spear containing 8 types of laws appeared in his hand. Although Lu Ming appeared to be carefree when facing the Demon Sky King, he did not dare to be careless. His opponent's battle strength had already reached the 9th stage True Emperor. His current battle strength was also at the same level as Mo Tianluo's. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear expanded and collided with his opponent's combat sword. There was a loud clang and the force was unrestrained. The opponent's combat sword was destroyed by Lu Ming, and he took a few steps back. I blocked it. So strong. The eyes of the people from the heaven realm lit up. Lu Ming had blocked the other party's attack. This meant that he had the ability to fight. At this moment, although many people were shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength, they hoped that Lu Ming would be able to fight and even defeat the other party. Kill! Seeing that Lu Ming had blocked his attack, Mo Tianluo shouted. His third eye continued to shine, turning into more than 10 combat swords and slashing at Lu Ming. At the same time, his body flashed and he charged toward Lu Ming. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand pierced out continuously, blocking more than 10 combat swords. In the end, he exchanged a blow with Mo Tianluo and his figure drifted backward. Chapter 2277 Demanding an exorbitant price. Lu Ming and the demonic sky net exchanged a blow and he retreated. What powerful strength! Lu Ming felt that his arm was slightly numb. It seemed that he was still at a disadvantage in terms of strength even after using 8 types of laws. Then 9 laws it is. Lu Ming added the life law into the long spear. Updated on B0X and 0VEL. Combuzz. The long spear buzzed and its power increased greatly. It turned into a towering spear radiance and pressed toward Mo Tianluo. Kill! Mo Tianluo's palms were like purple jade as he attacked Lu Ming. He kept blasting and colliding with Lu Ming's spear radiance, causing a terrifying explosion. The two of them continued to collide. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. After Lu Ming used the 9 types of laws, his combat strength was at the level of a 9th stage true emperor. He was on par with his opponent and was not weaker than him. So strong. Lu Ming is so strong. He can totally fight with the other party. Haha, that's right. Who says the Heaven Realms chosen are inferior to the alien race? They just didn't come out before. Lu Ming has created miracles and become a great emperor with many laws. He will definitely become an unparalleled expert in the future. He is the hope of the Heaven Realm. Many people were discussing. When Lan Chung heard these words, his face turned even gloomier. A cold light kept flashing in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. The battle continued. Lu Ming and Mo Tianluo fought in the sky and exchanged hundreds of moves. Defeat, lose. At this moment, Mo Tianluo was getting impatient. The main thing was that Lu Ming's cultivation level was too low. He was only an illusionary divine, and he could not even take down an illusionary divine. If news of this battle were to spread back to the evil god realm, he would definitely be suppressed and ridiculed by the other princes. His attacks became more and more violent. It's almost time. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. The spear's momentum suddenly changed into a spinning momentum, strangling toward the other party. He had completely abandoned his defense. You're looking for death. Mo Tianluo's eyes lit up. He struck Lu Ming with his palm, but he was also swept by Lu Ming's spear. The two of them were sent flying at the same time, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. They were seriously injured. However, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scroll. He circulated the indestructible ancient scroll, and his injuries were rapidly recovering. Buzz! Lu Ming charged at the other party again. The two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. Lu Ming completely ignored defense and only attacked. He was in a stance of exchanging injury for injury. The two of them were hit by each other, but Lu Ming's injuries recovered quickly. On the other hand, Mo Tianluo's injuries became more and more serious. His aura became weaker and his combat strength weakened rapidly. In the end, he was no match for Lu Ming and was crushed. Boom! Lu Ming's spear struck Mo Tianluo's body, blasting him to the ground. The earth shattered, and Mo Tianluo's hair was disheveled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura was extremely weak. However, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to attack Mo Tianluo. Senior, help me keep an eye on the other side's Celestial Emperor. At the same time, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to 6 sages. All! Mo Tianluo roared and rushed out of the ground, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming caught up with him in an instant and whipped him with his spear. His body flew out like a cannonball in the direction of Two World City. Enough! A heavenly emperor of the alien race shouted and reached out his hand, trying to grab Mo Tianluo. However, with a wave of his hand, the 6 sacred sky clan destroyed the other party's hand. What do you want to do? Are we going to start a war? The foreign celestial the Arch bellowed and launched an attack at the same time. However, 6 sages was stronger and managed to block his attack. Lu Ming had already caught up with Mo Tianluo. At this moment, Mo Tianluo had almost no strength to fight back. Lu Ming stepped on his body, breaking his bones inch by inch, worsening his injuries. Then, Lu Ming grabbed Mo Tianluo's neck and ran toward Two World City. Release our prince! The foreign celestial emperors were furious and attacked at the same time. However, Celestial Master 6 sages and the other celestial emperors of the Heaven Realm also blocked their attacks. Then they picked up the young man in blue and the others and rushed towards Two World City. After catching up with Lu Ming, Celestial Master 6 sages picked him up and flew towards Two World City. Behind him, a few foreign heavenly emperors were furious and chased after him. However, on the Two World City, the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor and the others made their moves. One attack after another flew out and blocked the other party. With this, Heavenly venerates 6 sages and the others had already returned to Two World City and landed on the city walls. He won. Lu Ming had won. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the heaven realm fell on Lu Ming, shining with surprise. Their eyes were filled with hope again. It was not that the heaven realm's prodigies were inferior to him, but that the stronger ones had not made a move. Didn't they see that Lu Ming had completely defeated his opponent the moment he made a move? Moreover, Lu Ming was only an illusionary divine. If even an empty emperor was so powerful, how astonishing would it be in the future? They saw hope again. In the future, the heaven realm might have a chance to fight against the alien races, or even counterattack. Hand over the prince of my tribe. Otherwise, 111 make sure not even a chicken or dog remains. A few foreign celestial thearchs stopped outside the two-world city and roared, "Hee hee, I'm so scared. Come and attack. You speak as if you want attack if I hand it over." Lu Ming sneered. He held Mo Tianluo's neck and stood on the city wall. "Brat, you'll die a horrible death, one swear." Mo Tianluo roared. Bang! Lu Ming held the demonic sky silk and smashed it against the city wall. The walls of Two World City were made of special materials and carved with countless inscriptions. They were extremely hard. Mo Tianluo was smashed into a daze. Many of his bones were broken, and his face was beyond recognition. He no longer had his previous handsome appearance. "If you continue to talk nonsense, 111 directly pickle you," Lu Ming said coldly. Mo Tianluo shut up. At this moment, the few celestial thearchs of the alien race were furious. They wanted to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. They hated Lu Ming to the core. This time, their plan was to use the younger generation to strike a blow to the morale of the heaven realm. Originally, their plan had already been completed perfectly, and the morale of the heaven realm's people had dropped many times. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, Lu Ming came out and completely ruined their plan. He defeated their proud sons of heaven one after another, and restored the morale of the heaven realm. In fact, even the prince of the alien race had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. A prince of a foreign tribe was not only of noble status, but also extremely talented. He would definitely become an unparalleled master in the future. Nothing could happen to him. "What do you want? Only then will you release the prince of my tribe?" One of the foreign celestial emperors said. "Originally, I was going to kill him directly, but seeing how sincere you are, I can let him go. How about this? Give me 1,000 chaos gems, and I'll let him go." Lu Ming demanded an exorbitant price. "What? 1,000 chaos gems? That's impossible. You're too greedy." One of the foreign heavenly emperors roared. "Chaos gems? What a joke. Do you think chaos gems are cabbages? A few are already very precious, and you want all? If you can't take it out, then I'll collect his corpse." Lu Ming said with a cold face. 1,000 yuan is too much. It's impossible. A non-human heavenly emperor said. Chapter 2278:100 Chaos Gems in hand. All right. I'll take a step back. 100 chaos gems, no less. Lu Ming pretended to consider for a moment before he spoke. It dropped from 1,000 to 100. In fact, he was indeed asking for an exorbitant price. He also knew that 1,000 yuan was simply impossible. He was just trying to bargain. 100 yuan is still too much. Give me a little less. Upped on Omicron X0 VEL. Omicron M, a non-human heavenly emperor, still wanted to bargain. Bang! Lu Ming lifted the Demon Sky King and smashed it against the city wall again, causing the Demon Sky King to scream in pain. "All right, 100 yuan it is, let's go and gather the money." The foreign races were left with no choice. One of the foreign celestial thearchs returned to the foreign army to collect chaos gems. "I object to using the prince of a foreign race to exchange for the stone of chaos." At this moment, a person from the heaven realm stepped out and said coldly. Lu Ming looked over. It was Lan City. Lan Cheng looked around and said to the people of the heaven realm, "This non-human prince is too talented. If we let him go, he will be a great enemy to us when he grows up. We must kill him with such a good opportunity." His words made many people's eyes light up. That's right. This non-human prince was so talented that even the top 3 of the 9 absolutes were no match for him. In the heaven realm, he could be said to be a supreme talent at the top of the pyramid. How terrifying would such a person be when he grew up in the future? Many people were moved by Lan Cheng's words. Lan Cheng sneered. It was not that easy for Lu Ming to exchange the demonic sky silk for resources. He wanted to stop him. Moreover, the alien race would definitely bear a grudge against Lu Ming after killing Motian Luo. This would only be beneficial to him. Nonsense. Motian Luo is Lu Ming's captive. He has the final say in how to deal with him. No one else has the right to interfere. Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu walked over and started cursing. How could he not see through Lan Cheng's thoughts? He was truly despicable and shameless. Hang Yu, you can't say that. We can do whatever we want to ordinary prisoners, but this alien prince is too talented. He concerns the safety of the heavenly realm, so we can't do whatever we want to him. Lan Cheng quibbled, not letting go of the safety of the heavenly realm. Hee hee. At this moment, Lu Ming sneered, his voice filled with mockery. Lan Cheng looked at Lu Ming with a cold glint in his eyes. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you for not having balls. Lu Ming said. You. How dare you? Lan Cheng was furious. Lu Ming actually dared to say that in front of so many people. How preposterous. I finally understand why the heaven realm lost. It's because there are too many people like you. You don't have any confidence at all. Without confidence, without the belief that you will win, how can you win? If I can defeat this non-human prince today, I will be able to crush him in the future. Not to mention one non-human prince, even if there are 10 of them, so what? In the future, I can even suppress it with a flip of my hand. Since I dared to let him go, I will deal with this person in the future. So, you don't need to worry about it here. Lu Ming said, full of confidence. Haha, that's right. In your eyes, Lan Cheng, this alien prince might be a great enemy in the future. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, he's just a clown. What's there to be afraid of? Heng Yu laughed. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Lan Cheng said with a gloomy face. Since you can't be sure, why are you still wasting your breath? Maybe I'll kill him tomorrow. Lu Ming sneered and turned around, ignoring Lan Cheng. Gotcha. Lan Cheng clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. However, he concealed it very well. He was the Celestial the Arch. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in this manner. He was simply courting death. Of course, he would not think about why Lu Ming had such an attitude. Because of Lan Yun, back then in Yaoguang Ancient City, Lu Ming was targeted by Lan City in every way. They wanted to deal with him repeatedly. He was the Celestial the Arch, but he was targeting Lu Ming, a junior. Even a man made of mud would be angry. Lu Ming could not bear it any longer. He simply did not give Lan Cheng a good look. At this moment, the Celestial the Arch who had gone to collect the Chaos Gems had returned. The Chaos Gem is here. Release our prince. The Heavenly Emperor said. Senior 6 Saints, I'll have to trouble you. Lu Ming handed the demonic sky net to the 6 sages. It would only be foolproof if the 6 sages Heavenly Venerate were to make the exchange. If he were to make the exchange, he would definitely be slapped to death by the other party. Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages nodded, took the Devil's Sky Net, and flew out of Two World City. The other party had no choice but to hand the Rock of Chaos over to the 6 sages Heavenly Venerate in exchange for Motian Luo. The 6th saint returned with a storage bracelet and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look. There were exactly 100 Chaos Gems in the storage bracelet. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 100 Chaos Gems was a huge fortune. He had been fighting for more than 2 years on the True Emperor battlefield, but the alien essence crystals he had obtained could only be exchanged for 3 Chaos Gems. And now, he had obtained 100 Chaos Gems all at once. With these Chaos Gems, his cultivation would definitely break through to the True Emperor realm. Many people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. There was envy, jealousy, and many other things. Take the Black Tortoise Forest as an example. He was beaten up by the other party when he went to battle, while Lu Ming went to battle and received 100 Chaos Gems. The difference was too great. As for Lan Cheng's group, their faces were gloomy. The more resources Lu Ming received, the faster he would grow. Brat, there are more heaven's favorites from our race. Let's continue the battle. At this moment, a non-human Celestial the Arch roared and glared at Lu Ming. Now with this, the morale of the Heaven Realm side was not weakened, but instead greatly increased. It was the non-humankind side that had low morale. They were not willing to give up and called more powerful Heaven's favorites to fight Lu Ming and demoralize the Heaven Realm. "I'm not free." Lu Ming only replied with 2 words. He then waved his hand and flew toward his residence. Now that he had the Stone of Chaos, Lu Ming could rush back to break through. He was not in the mood to fight. Damn it, what other Heaven's favorites are there in the Heaven Realm? Call them out and fight with our race's Heaven's favorites. The foreign celestial the Arch roared. "I'm not free." This was the reply of Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages. He wasn't that stupid. Lu Ming had just won a big victory and restored the morale. Why would he be silly enough to call for a duel again? What if he was abused by the other party and the morale was low? Anyway, they had won a great victory, so they should stop while they were ahead. The non-human celestial the Arch was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had sent out elites to challenge the 2-world city, but the Heaven Realm simply ignored them. In the end, the alien races had no choice but to retreat. Their plan this time had failed completely because of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming returned to his residence, he entered the mountain and river diagram directly. He took out a pile of raw gemstones and devoured their energy to restore his condition to its peak. He then took out a chaos gem. He wanted to use it to break through to the true Emperor Realm. Breaking through to the true Emperor Realm required a lot of energy, but 100 chaos gems were definitely more than enough. He took a deep breath and 3 streams of chaos chi flew out of the chaos gem and were sucked into his mouth. Lu Ming began to refine the mixed drop chi to break through to the next realm. Chapter 2279. Breaking through to the true Emperor Realm. Once a Void Emperor broke through to the true Emperor Realm, the small world would become stable. Living beings could enter and live in the small world, and they could even cultivate inside. Naturally, the amount of energy required was also very shocking. Now, Lu Ming's speed of refining the Chaos Chi was much faster than before. He could refine a Chaos Stone in 3 days, which was 3 wisps of Chaos Chi. After refining 1 piece, Lu Ming took out another piece. Very quickly, a month had passed. Lu Ming had refined 10 Chaos Gems but he had not broken through. Update on Biomicron X0 VEL. Xiomicron M. Lu Ming continued to refine. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lu Ming's speed of refining the Chaos Gems was getting faster and faster. In 3 months, he had refined more than 30 pieces. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's accumulation had reached its peak. His small world rumbled and expanded continuously. In the end, the area of Lu Ming's small world had reached a radius of 100,000 miles. This area was almost the same as the mountain and river diagram. Evolution. With a single thought, mountains, rivers, and lakes appeared in the small world. However, there were no signs of life. If one wanted to create a living being, they had to at least reach the Great Emperor Realm and control the Great Tao. Buzz! At this moment, a layer of light emanated from Lu Ming's body. It was the world's divine light. The world god light meant that the small world was completely stable and he had stepped into the true Emperor Realm. I've finally broken through to the true Emperor Realm. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He could feel that his world energy was 5 to 6 times stronger than before. It was extremely robust. After refining more than 30 Chaos Gems, Lu Ming finally broke through to the true Emperor Realm and became a 1-star true Emperor. My current battle strength should be at the 10th level of true Emperor. Lu Ming estimated his combat ability. Before his breakthrough, his battle power was at the 9th stage true Emperor Realm. However, the increase in combat strength was multifaceted. The most important aspect was the laws. However, after breaking through from the illusionary divine stage to the true divine stage, the power of his world had increased by 5 or 6 times. Therefore, his combat strength had also increased by a large margin, reaching the 10th level of combat strength. Normally, it would be difficult for one's combat strength to increase by so much after breaking through a minor level. A true emperor is divided into 18 levels of battle prowess. Only when one's cultivation reaches the peak of 7 stars, the 9 types of nomological laws that they control have reached the 3rd realm, and they have mastered powerful divine abilities can they be considered to have battle prowess at level 18. However, I don't need to reach this step at all. I can reach rank 18 combat power. Lu Ming smiled. He was different from the rest. and the strength of his body far exceeded that of ordinary people. Furthermore, he had mastered 3 types of ultimate laws, while the rest were king path laws. If his cultivation reached the peak of 7 stars and all 9 of his laws reached the 3rd realm, his fighting power would naturally far exceed that of a rank 18 true emperor. One still have more than 60 chaos gems, but I've just made a breakthrough in my cultivation. One need to consolidate it first before making a breakthrough. I should focus on cultivating my nomological laws now. Lu Ming planned the direction of his future cultivation. When one's nomological laws reached the 2nd realm, there was a difference in maturity. Many of his nomological laws had just broken through to the 2nd realm and had not reached the peak of the 2nd realm. There was still room for improvement. Moreover, there was no bottleneck. It was the best choice to use the path understanding ancient tree to comprehend. Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and headed straight for the mature path understanding ancient tree in Two World City. In the following days, Lu Ming was comprehending the laws under the path understanding ancient tree. Two World City had also calmed down. After a few strong attacks, the non-humans didn't succeed. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. Their plan to attack the morale of the Heaven Realm didn't succeed either. During this period of time, they quieted down and didn't continue to attack. However, everyone knew that the foreign kinds would never give up. This was only the calm before the storm. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Lu Ming had been comprehending the laws under RHE Mature Path Understanding Ancient Tree for the past year. His 9 laws had all improved by leaps and bounds. After breaking through to the 2nd realm, there was no bottleneck. All kinds of nomological laws were rapidly approaching the peak of the 2nd realm. In a year, at least 6 or 7 types of nomological laws had reached the peak of the 2nd realm. This caused Lu Ming's cultivation level and combat strength to increase by another level. Lu Ming estimated that he should have the combat strength of a rank N true emperor now. But now, many of his laws had reached a bottleneck. If he went any further, he would reach the 3rd realm of laws. It was very difficult to break through by bitter cultivation. Lu Ming decided to continue to the battlefield of true emperors. He could only break through quickly by fighting the alien races. However, before he set off, Lu Ming made a trip back to his residence and refined another 20 chaos gems. This allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to reach the level of a 2-carat star true emperor in one go. Although his cultivation had broken through one stage, Lu Ming's combat strength was still at the 11th stage of the true emperor realm. However, he had already reached the peak of the 11th stage. When everything was ready, Lu Ming quietly left Two World City and headed towards the battlefield of the true emperors. He did not let anyone know. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the battlefield of true emperors. The empty emperor battlefield, the true emperor battlefield, and the great emperor battlefield were all specially set up. If the foreign races wanted to attack Two World City, they would nor pass through these battlefields. With my current fighting power, there's no challenge in the outer area of the battlefield of true emperors. Only the core area will be challenging. Lu Ming pondered. The experts in the core area of the battlefield of true emperors were all existences with a combat strength of a 10th stage true emperor or above. It was the most suitable place for Lu Ming to fight and train. Lu Ming flew toward the core area of the battlefield of the true emperors. If he flew like this, he would definitely be targeted by the alien races. Along the way, he was ambushed by 2 groups of alien races. The strongest among them was only a 9th-level true emperor. They were easily killed by Lu Ming and he obtained many crystal cores. When Lu Ming stepped into the core area of the true emperor battlefield, he slowed down and concealed his aura. He advanced carefully. Whoosh! Clang! Not long after, a dazzling red light flashed in front of them. At the same time, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. It was obvious that there were people fighting. Lu Ming cast the divine breath spell and moved along the ground, approaching it carefully. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of a sudden, there were 2 streaks of light in front of him. One was in front of him and RHE other was behind him. They were flying rapidly toward Lu Ming. In front of him was a green sword light, and it was controlled by a green-robed elder. Behind him was a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe. He held a blood-red saber in his hand as he chased after the green-robed old man. It was obvious that the 2 of them were from the Heaven Realm. Save me! The green-robed elder saw Lu Ming and roared. However, the middle-aged man in the crimson robe suddenly sped up and slashed with his crimson saber. The green-robed elder roared and tried to block it, but it was useless. His defense was directly broken by the blood-red blade light and he was cut in half. Baz! The blood-robed middle-aged man rushed over and collected the green-robed old man's storage ring. He also dug out the old man's world core. I've met another one, and he's so young. He's so young and he dares to come to the core of the true Emperor battlefield. He's quite bold, but you're unlucky to have met me, Blood-Bladesman. The blood-robed middle-aged man licked his lips and revealed a ferocious expression. Lu Ming's pupils constricted slightly and his expression turned grave. Chapter 2280 Bloody Blade Hand. Lu Ming had heard Bai Tai mention the name Bloody Swordsman before. There was a rule in Two World City that all beings from the Heaven Realm were not allowed to kill each other after entering the battlefield. Those who violated it would be severely punished. However, there would still be people who would take the risk and kill Heaven Realm beings on the battlefield to make a huge profit. This kind of person usually disguised themselves. They had one identity on the battlefield and another identity when they returned to Two World City. Of course, there was a huge risk in doing so. Once he was recognized, only death would await him. Update on Omicron X0 VEL. Omicron M Bloodblade Hand was such a person. In addition to his strong combat strength, it was said that he had the combat strength of a level 14 true emperor. Just now, he was hunting the Heaven Realm's experts and happened to run into Lu Ming. Now, he had turned his attention to Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not retreat. His eyes were filled with an eager expression. His fighting power had already reached the peak of level 11 true emperor, only one step away from level 12. With the indestructible ancient scroll, he could even kill a rank 12 true emperor. Therefore, he wanted to try and see how strong a rank 14 true emperor was. Even if he was no match for them, Lu Ming still had the fallen star bow and the celestial thearch's physical body. He would have no problem escaping. The bloody swordsman was slightly surprised. He did not expect Lu Ming to not run away after hearing his name. If he didn't escape, he would die. The bloody swordsman's figure flashed and he charged at Lu Ming like a ray of bloodlight. Baz! In Lu Ming's palm, the divine ability Infinite Dragon Spear appeared. Kill! Lu Ming erupted with all his strength and stabbed the bloody swordsman with his spear. The spear radiance howled and shattered the void. Its power was extremely shocking. This was Lu Ming's first time using his full strength after he had broken through to the true Emperor realm. Rank 11 battle strength. He's only a 2-star true Emperor at such a young age, but he already has rank 11 battle strength. He's a peerless genius. Bloody Blade Artist was shocked at first, but his shock was soon replaced by greed. At such a young age, he already had the battle power of a rank 11 true Emperor. This was simply terrifying. As far as he knew, in the entire Heaven Realm's younger generation, only 1 or 2 people had reached this step. Could the young man in front of him be one of the top 2 of the 9 absolutes? No matter what, this kind of genius was frighteningly rich. The bloody swordsman's eyes were burning as he slashed at Lu Ming. The blood-red saber light slashed at Lu Ming's spear radiance. Lu Ming's spear radiance trembled violently. The Infinite Dragon Spear, which was formed by 9 types of laws, trembled continuously as if it was about to be torn apart by the other party's power. At the same time, a terrifying saber chi rushed towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's body was sent flying. His body was covered in knife wounds and blood was flowing out. Lu Ming spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was severely injured in one move. The difference between a rank 11 true emperor and a rank 14 true emperor was too great. They were no match for each other. If it was an ordinary rank 11 true emperor, he would have died from this move. However, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scroll and the indestructible golden body. His defense was amazing, and his recovery ability was even more terrifying. At this moment, Lu Ming's injuries were rapidly recovering. The knife wound was also healing rapidly. He didn't die. Bloody Blade Hand was shocked. A person with the battle power of a rank 11 true emperor had taken his attack and was still alive. This was beyond his imagination. Wait a minute. Bloody Blade Hand's eyes suddenly widened, revealing an extremely shocked expression. He recalled the exchange of blows with Lu Ming earlier. He could sense that Lu Ming's divine power contained 9 types of laws, 3 of which were ultimate laws. A person could actually master 3 ultimate maxims. He had stayed in the battlefield of true emperors for decades and had never heard of Lu Ming's name. Naturally, he was shocked when he thought of it. However, after the shock, it was the blazing fire. "Kid, hand over your cultivation method." The bloody swordsman's eyes were filled with greed as he rushed toward Lu Ming. He had thought that Lu Ming had cultivated 3 ultimate maxims by relying on some ancient scripture. If he could get it, would he not be able to dominate the world? He had to get it. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming's injuries had almost recovered. He held the long spear and charged at the bloody swordsman again. Boom! The two of them exchanged another blow. Lu Ming retreated rapidly and was seriously injured once again. However, Lu Ming's eyes were exceptionally bright. A life-and-death battle. This was a life-and-death battle. He could feel the aura of death with every move he made against Blood Bladesman. However, this made him concentrate his spirit to the extreme, and every trace of strength in his body burst to the extreme. His potential was also stimulated to the extreme. He could feel that his usage of the laws was deepening. What kind of monster is this? His recovery ability is so shocking. Even the life law can't have such a shocking recovery effect. I'm going to cripple this kid and search his soul. Die! Blood saber roared in his palm. He did not give Lu Ming the chance to recover and charged at him again. Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust his spear. This spear attack had reached its peak in history. Buzz! The spear clashed with the bloody swordsman's bloody blade. However, the result was that Lu Ming was still forced to retreat. His body was covered in dense wounds. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the bloody swordsman continued to attack. Before Lu Ming could recover, he was sent flying again, and his injuries worsened. Brat, no matter how strong your recovery ability is, you'll still die. Bloody Blade Hand said maliciously. It's almost time. Lu Ming muttered. It was disadvantageous for him to continue fighting. Even if he had the indestructible ancient scroll, he would be killed by the other party. Temporarily retreat. Buzz! A pair of transparent wings suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming's back. With a flap, Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly, then he turned around and left. Stay here. The bloody swordsman was unwilling to give up and chased after Lu Ming frantically. However, the 6 divine wings was a divine ability that he was proud of. It was so exquisite that once it was used, its speed was astonishing. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation level was relatively low, he was still faster than the blood swordsman when he cast it. Lu Ming sped away, the distance between him and the bloody swordsman growing further and further. Damn it! After chasing for a while, seeing that he couldn't catch up, the bloody swordsman roared and stopped. In the end, Bloody Blade Artist had no choice but to turn around and leave. Not far away, Lu Ming stopped as well. The injuries on his body were recovering rapidly. He had already recovered by 30%. This speed was simply too shocking. No wonder the indestructible ancient scroll was known as one of the most powerful ancient scrolls in the Heaven Realm. It wasn't without reason. Its life-saving ability was simply too strong. This bloody swordsman is a rare training target. I can't let him go. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then retracted his aura. He spread his 6-feathered divine wings and followed the bloody swordsman on the ground. Lu Ming was very careful. He hid behind objects on the ground and completely concealed his aura. In addition, the bloody swordsman did not expect Lu Ming to be so bold as to follow him. Therefore, he did not notice Lu Ming at all. After a while, the bloody swordsman arrived at a hidden cave and walked in. Lu Ming found a place nearby, hid himself, and channeled his energy to heal his injuries. His injuries recovered quickly, and soon, he was back to his peak. Chapter 2281. Rank 13 True Emperor Me Nomological laws have improved again. This Blood Bladesman is actually good at the nomological laws of death, array Dao laws, and devouring laws. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. Blood Bladesman was definitely a very suitable target for training. Among the laws that he controlled, there were 3 that were the same as Lu Ming's. Although the battle with the bloody swordsman was short, he had a strong impression of Lu Ming. In particular, the other party had 3 types of laws that were the same as Lu Ming's. After fighting with the other party, Lu Ming's understanding of the 3 types of laws became faster. Update on Biomicron X0 VEL. Xiaomacron Lu Ming would not let blood swordsman off just like that. Lu Ming was there, comprehending the laws and digesting what he had gained from the battle. 2 days later, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. Let's continue the battle. Lu Ming muttered and rushed straight to the cave where the bloody swordsman lived. Whoosh! From a distance, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands and he thrust it forward. A huge spear light as big as a mountain stabbed toward the cave. The cave exploded. Who's there? With a furious roar, the bloody blade hand soared into the sky. Endless bloodlight burst forth, shattering the mountain rocks. Then he saw Lu Ming. Brat, I didn't go to find you, but you actually dared to come to me. You're simply looking for death. Kill. The bloody swordsman roared and charged at Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them exchanged a few moves in a row. Just like the previous time, Lu Ming was still no match for him. He was completely suppressed and severely injured. The third level of the law of death. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed haughtily in his heart. During the battle with the bloody swordsman, Lu Ming had caught a trace of inspiration from the other party's death law. He felt that there was hope for a breakthrough. Blood blade wielder, let's not fight today. We'll fight another day. Lu Ming laughed and flew into the distance with his 6 feathered wings. Bloody blade hand roared as he pursued madly. However, after chasing for a while, he could only stop helplessly. This brat's life-saving energy is too strong, and his speed is also fast. Unless he's heavily injured to the point where he can't fight back, it's very difficult to kill him. Bloody blade artist gritted his teeth and left in a flash. This time, the bloody swordsman kept changing his position, afraid that Lu Ming would secretly follow him. He had guessed correctly. Lu Ming had indeed followed them and the bloody swordsman had not noticed him at all. The bloody swordsman was very familiar with the core area of the true emperor battlefield. After running for a distance, he looked around but did not see Lu Ming. He then hid in a hidden place. Lu Ming was cultivating not far away. He had left a part of his mind to observe Bloodblade Hand's movements, while most of his mind was used to comprehend the laws. His understanding of the law of death continued to deepen. Finally, after a few days, the death precept broke through the limit, entering the third realm of the precept in one fell swoop. This was the peak of the laws, the limit of the laws. Lu Ming's combat strength had skyrocketed after the breakthrough in the death rule. This was an ultimate maxim, and the increase in combat strength was especially shocking. Lu Ming's combat strength had reached the peak of a rank 12 true emperor in one fell swoop, increasing his combat strength by a whole rank. All right. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Just as he was about to continue his battle with Bloody Blade Hand, he saw a figure appear. It was Bloody Blade Hand. Bloody Blade Artist looked around for a moment before he turned and left in a direction. Lu Ming secretly followed them. Not long after, Lu Ming saw the bloody swordsman lying in ambush on a mountain peak. Then, he saw a figure flying over from the distance. It was a living being from the heaven realm. This guy wanted to kill the creatures of the heaven realm again. Buzz! Bloody Blade Hand made his move. A blade light burst out, slashing towards the creature. The heaven realm being was shocked. It transformed into a fierce tiger and let out a long roar, shooting out a beam of light from its mouth. However, this tiger only had the battle strength of a level 12 true emperor. It was no match for the Bloodblade Artist. The light pillar was cut open and the blade chi hit its body, sending it flying. Its body was covered with wounds. It was severely injured and could no longer fight. Bloodblade Hand. The ferocious tiger roared, filled with despair. Die! Bloody Blade Hand said savagely. Bloody Blade Hand, 1 a.m. your opponent. At this moment, Lu Ming also rushed out and thrust his spear. A terrifying spear ray shot out toward the bloody swordsman. The bloody swordsman did not have time to kill the fierce tiger. He could only turn around and slash at Lu Ming. Boom! The spear's radiance was scattered and Lu Ming's attack was blocked. The long spear trembled continuously. Brat, it's you again, you. Combat strength. The bloody swordsman was shocked. He realized that Lu Ming's combat strength had improved a lot since the last time. Bloodbladesman, our battle isn't over yet. Let's continue. Lu Ming rushed forward and engaged the bloody swordsman in a fierce battle. Senior, quickly leave. At the same time, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the fierce tiger. Young friend, thank you. The ferocious tiger thanked Lu Ming and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the bloody swordsman had exchanged more than 10 moves. Lu Ming was still no match for the bloody swordsman. However, he was much better than before. Although Lu Ming was completely at the bottom and was injured by the other party, it was not serious and he could still resist it. Lu Ming did his best to fight the bloody swordsman. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged more than 20 moves. Lu Ming finally retreated with serious injuries. Let's go! Lu Ming cast the 6-feathered divine wings, turned around, and fled. His speed was faster than before, and the bloody swordsman could not catch up with him at all. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The bloody swordsman was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He knew that he had been targeted by Lu Ming and he could not get rid of him. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have taken action against Lu Ming back then. It was too late for him to regret. Following that, no matter what method the bloody swordsman came up with, he could not shake Lu Ming off. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would look for him and fight with him. However, he did not dare to leave the battlefield and return to Two World City because Lu Ming had been keeping an eye on him. He was afraid that Lu Ming would report him when he returned to Two World City. If that happened, he would die without a burial. Half a year passed just like that. In the past 6 months, Lu Ming had fought more than 10 battles with the bloody swordsman. His progress was astonishing. The bloody swordsman was the best magic refining stone. Its combat strength was slightly higher than Lu Ming's, but not by much. Every time, Lu Ming could fight with all his might. In the past 6 months, Lu Ming's engulfing laws and array Dao laws had broken through to the 3rd realm. The breakthrough of the 2 King Path laws had caused Lu Ming's combat strength to soar to the 13th level of the true emperor. It's time to end him. At this moment, Lu Ming decided to get rid of the bloody swordsman. Boom! Lu Ming caught up to the bloody swordsman and launched an attack. Brat, let's die together. The bloody swordsman was about to go crazy as he attacked Lu Ming frantically. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was only 1 rank lower than the bloody swordsman's. He was not afraid of the latter at all. Lu Ming used a lose-lose strategy and eventually severely injured the bloody swordsman while his own injuries recovered rapidly. "I'll send you on your way," Lu Ming said coldly. His long spear was like a rainbow, piercing through the void. Chapter 2281 Undercurrent. The bloody swordsman was no match for Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming's spear pierced through his head and destroyed his soul. "Since you've accompanied me in my cultivation for half a year, I won't take your world core," Lu Ming muttered. After taking away the bloody swordsman's storage ring, he struck out with his palm and blasted a big hole in the ground. He then buried the bloody swordsman's corpse in it. It could also be considered as a favor to his sparring partner for half a year, which allowed Lu Ming's combat strength to rise by 2 levels. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a secret place. He took out the storage ring of the bloody swordsman and checked it. This guy has quite a lot of resources. Lu Ming discovered that there were at least 100 alien crystal cores in Bloody Blade Hand's storage ring. They were all true Emperor Realm alien crystal cores and there were dozens of world cores. "I'll cultivate for a while first." Lu Ming planned to improve his cultivation. Now, 3 of his 9 nomological laws had reached the 3rd realm, while the other 6 were at the peak of the 2nd realm. He should increase his cultivation. However, Lu Ming did not take out the chaos gems to cultivate. Instead, he took out the world core and refined it. Upped it on Omicron X0 VEL. Omicron M. After destroying the law on the world core, Lu Ming began to refine it. Just as Lu Ming was refining the heart of the world and improving his cultivation, in Two World City, in a great hall of the Land family, Lan Cheng and the Land family's experts were having a meeting. "Lu Ming, you've entered the battlefield of true emperors again. Are you sure?" Lan Cheng asked an old man from the Lan family. "I'm sure. Moreover, Lu Ming has been fighting against the bloody swordsman frequently." The old man said. "Bloody blade artist? What's his combat strength?" Lan Cheng asked. "I heard that it's a level 14 true emperor." The old man said. "What? A rank 14 true emperor? Lu Ming is already able to fight with a rank 14 true emperor. His improvement is too fast. It must be the indestructible ancient scroll. It must be." Lan Cheng was a little shocked, and his eyes flickered with greed. Pass down my order. Any expert of the Lan family who is training in the battlefield of true emperors should be killed without mercy if they encounter Lu Ming. Extract the indestructible ancient scroll from his soul. Lan Qing asked with a gloomy face. Celestial the Arch, if word of this gets out, I'm afraid we'll be targeted by other powerhouses. The elder from the Lan family said. Then don't let anyone know. Do it in secret. Contact the Yen family and join forces with them. Lan Qing ordered. One by one, Lu Ming refined dozens of world cores. His small world expanded again. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's small world grew bigger and bigger. It finally stopped when it was 300,000 miles in radius. At the beginning of the breakthrough, the size of the small world was 100,000 miles in radius. After each breakthrough, the length and width of the small world would increase by 100,000 miles. Previously, Lu Ming's cultivation level was at 2-star True Emperor, and his small world had a radius of 200,000 miles. Now, Lu Ming had refined a large amount of the world core and his cultivation had broken through again. His small world had expanded to a radius of 300,000 miles. Lu Ming's combat strength had finally improved, and he had barely reached the combat strength of a rank 14 True Emperor. He could only barely reach the fighting power of a rank 14 True Emperor, and was considered weak. Lu Ming did not stop. He took out a Chaos Stone, absorbed the Chaos Qi, and continued to refine and improve. After refining 5 Chaos Gems in a row, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of a 3-star True Emperor. At this point, Lu Ming continued to refine a few more Chaos Gems before he stopped. He had planned to break through in one go and become a 4-star True Emperor, but he realized that it was impossible. A 4-star True Emperor was a high-stage True Emperor. There was a hurdle that he needed time to consolidate and accumulate his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through. Now, my combat power has barely reached the level of a rank 14 True Emperor. With the Fallen Star Bow, I can barely protect myself in the core area of the True Emperor realm. I'll go out and hunt for alien races to train myself. Lu Ming pondered. Only by fighting could one improve quickly. If Lu Ming had stayed in Two World City to cultivate instead of fighting here, he would not have made such a great improvement even if he stayed under the path understanding ancient tree every day. Lu Ming left the place and walked around the True Emperor's core area in search of the alien races. At this moment, a piece of news spread across the entire battlefield of True Emperors. The entrance to a small world suddenly appeared somewhere on the battlefield of True Emperors. It was speculated that this small world might have floated in the space of eternal nothingness for countless years and connected with this space by chance, which led to the appearance of an entrance. A small world that could float in the eternal void for countless years was at least the small world of a peak great emperor. It might even be the small world of a heavenly emperor. Otherwise, it would have collapsed after so many years. Only a small world created by an extremely powerful being could float in the eternal void for so many years and still exist. If it was a small world left behind by a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse, it was very likely to be priceless and contain supreme treasures. After hearing this news, all the living beings in the True Emperor battlefield were alarmed and started searching for the entrance. Even some of the True Emperors outside the battlefield of True Emperors had found experts to go with to try their luck. Bai Tai also contacted some powerful True Emperors and headed to the core of the battlefield. The Lan family, the Yen family, and other major powers had also gathered their powerful forces to search for the entrance to the small world. There was a huge plot of land in the mountains. The entrance to the small world was in this area. But now, a large number of foreign experts were hiding around the plot of land. This time, I'll take advantage of this opportunity to kill the experts of the Heaven Realm. One of the alien experts said coldly. They had discovered the entrance to this small world earlier, but they didn't go in to investigate immediately. Instead, they had laid an ambush here with a large number of experts, waiting for the Heaven Realm experts to come and kill them one by one. The True Emperor battlefield was filled with killing intent. Lu Ming did not know any of this. He concealed his aura and wandered around the core area of the True Emperor battlefield. However, after searching for a few days, he didn't encounter a single alien race. Instead, he met a few Heaven Realm experts, who were all in a hurry, looking for something. On this day, Lu Ming came to a mountain range. At this point, Lu Ming stopped because he felt a strange fluctuation in the space in front of him. These fluctuations are extremely similar to the spatial fluctuations of the entrance to a small world. Could it be that there's an entrance to a small world in these mountains? Let's go take a look. Lu Ming was highly skilled and bold. He headed towards the mountains. He had the fallen star bow and the celestial thearch's corporeal body, so he was naturally unafraid. Lu Ming flew into the mountains and was naturally discovered by the alien races who were lying in ambush. It's a human from the heaven realm. Why is there only one? There's actually only one of them. Fine, let's kill this person first to avoid alerting the enemy. The alien race immediately sent an expert to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was flying when a streak of light suddenly rushed toward him. A jet-black axe radiance was heading toward him. It's a foreign race with rank 12 combat strength. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Chapter 2282 Hunting and Counterkilling. It was a burly member of the evil god race who was charging toward him. His 3 eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Kill! A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hands and he thrust it out. The shocking spear radiance destroyed the opponent's axe radiance in one fell swoop and pierced through the opponent's glabella. Instant kill. Then, with a sweep of his world power, he put away the other party's storage bracelet and dug out the other party's crystal core. Damn it! This person has the battle power of a rank 14 true emperor. One of the ambushers roared. Initially, they had thought that Lu Ming's combat strength would not be that high since he was so young. They would be able to easily deal with him if they sent a rank 12 true emperor expert. He did not expect that Lu Ming would be able to resolve it easily. Send more people to kill this person. Hurry up, don't be discovered by the other people in the heaven realm. An alien ordered. Immediately, some alien races charged out and attacked Lu Ming. Opted on B Omicron X0 VEL. C Omicron M this time. There were 6 of them. There's more. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The 6 alien races burst with a shocking aura and charged toward Lu Ming. From a distance, 6 beams of destructive light blasted toward Lu Ming. Buzz! Whoosh! Lu Ming brandished his long spear and shot out beams of spear radiance at the alien race's destructive light. Boom! 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 A series of collisions occurred. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. 2 at rank 15 true emperor and 4 at rank 14 true emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he determined the other party's strength. Such a formation was more than enough to deal with a rank 14. However, their opponent was Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was injured, his injuries were recovering rapidly and he was not in any serious condition. Kill! The 6 alien races charged at Lu Ming with all kinds of attacks, trying to drown him. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He held his spear and charged over. The 2 sides continued to clash and kill each other. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, it was impossible for the alien race to kill him in a short time. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming risked his injuries and killed a rank 14 true emperor alien in the air with 1 shot. Damn it, how can this human from the heaven realm be so strong? His vitality is unbelievably tenacious. Some of the non-humankind beings who were lying in ambush roared in anger. Then, more non-humankind beings rushed out. This time, there were more than a dozen of them. The strongest one had the battle power of a rank 16 true emperor. So many? Could this be the nest of the alien race? Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. There were so many alien races, and some of them even had the combat power of a level 16 true emperor. Lu Ming was obviously not their match. Boom! Lu Ming knocked back a rank 14 martial artist with a single shot. He then charged forward at top speed. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hands. Buzz! Lu Ming pulled the fallen star bow and 999 colored arrows flew out. They were aimed at a rank 15 true emperor alien. Bang! This foreign being was shot to death in the air. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming drew his bow continuously. The bowstring vibrated and a few arrows flew out in succession. Each arrow killed 1 alien. Detestable! Those alien races who had been lying in ambush couldn't sit still any longer. Some of the more terrifying ones were even more furious. Charge out and kill this person! A leader-level non-human shouted and rushed out. This time, more than 200 foreign races rushed out from the surrounding mountains. Each of them had a combat strength above level 10 true emperor. The strongest had even reached the fighting power of a rank 17 true emperor. So many! Lu Ming's expression really changed. A few hundred alien races all at the same time, and all of them were at least a 10th stage true emperor. This was definitely not a coincidence. They had been lying in ambush here for a long time. Although Lu Ming did not know what had happened, he knew very well that he was unlucky and had accidentally walked into an ambush of the alien races. Hundreds of alien races, all of which had the combat strength of a 10th level true emperor or above, charged at Lu Ming from all directions. The entire void was shaking as if there were an army of thousands of soldiers. "Kill him!" one of the alien race members shouted. This person had the appearance of a human and purple hair. He was actually a member of the royal race. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few beams of destructive light burst out, causing the void to tremble continuously. A stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. At the same time, the celestial thearch's physical body emerged and floated in front of Lu Ming, growing in size. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body merged into the celestial thearch's physical body. It was impossible for Lu Ming to be a match for so many foreign tribe powerhouses. He would probably be drowned by the attacks of so many foreign tribes in an instant and be blown up by so many attacks. The only way was to use the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Buzz! Controlling the Celestial Thearch's physical body, Lu Ming slashed with his sword. A beam of sword chi, vast and mighty, pierced through the clouds, broke through the attack of the foreign tribe, and slashed towards the group of foreign tribe members. A few of the alien races, who were all level 10 true emperors, were cut in half by the sword chi. At this moment, a group of people arrived not far away. This group of people were the experts from the Lan and Yen families. There were dozens of them, and there was no lack of terrifying true emperor experts. The experts from the Lan and Yen families were also looking for the entrance to the small world. They could see the mighty sword chi from afar. There's a battle between experts ahead. What terrifying power! Be careful to hide. One of the Lan family's experts said in a low voice. These people immediately concealed their auras and carefully flew forward. They then landed on a mountain peak and looked ahead. At a glance, they saw Lu Ming controlling the Celestial Thearch's physical body to fight against the alien race. Of course, they did not recognize Lu Ming as he had merged into the Celestial Thearch's physical body. When they saw so many alien races, they were almost scared to death. There's a wondrous spatial fluctuation up ahead. Could the entrance to the small world be here? Could it be that these foreign races are lying in ambush here, trying to ambush and kill the powerhouses of our heaven realm? The Lan family and the Yen family could easily think of this key point. Their faces turned pale at the thought of this. They understood that someone had barged into this place first, or they would be finished. Who's that giant golem? What powerful battle prowess! That should be a puppet. The experts from the Lan and Yen families discussed in low voices. At this time, Lu Ming had killed a few more alien races in a row, which infuriated the alien races. Let's attack together. The non-human king roared. All the alien races made their moves. Hundreds of attacks were aimed at Lu Ming. All of these attacks were from beings above the 10th level of the true emperor realm. The power was so shocking that even ordinary great emperors didn't dare to take them head-on and could only dodge. However, Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was still Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Furthermore, it was made of stone and was extremely sturdy. Even great emperors couldn't penetrate it, let alone true emperors. Lu Ming ignored the attacks from all directions. He held the Celestial Emperor's sword and rushed toward the alien race. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and slashed out with his sword. The sword ray was 100 miles long and the 3 alien races were blown up in the air. Chapter 2284 Energy exhausted Lu Ming killed 3 alien races with a single slash. Then, he slashed his sword horizontally and lulled 2 more alien races. The attacks of RHE hundreds of outsiders landed on the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, causing loud rumbles. However, RHE Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was completely fine. However, Lu Ming's combat sword did not stop and he kept slashing. The huge sword light was as big as a mountain. It swept across RHE sky with shocking power. Over the years, Lu Ming would find some time to integrate the energy from the energy crystals he obtained from the alien races into the Celestial Thearch's body. The Celestial Emperor's corporeal Bodhis energy was already close to 30%. It was extremely powerful. Bang! 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 As the mountain-like sword light pressed down, the bodies of the non-humankind beings exploded one after another, and they died on the spot. In a few breaths, dozens of foreign kinds were killed. No matter what combat strength they had, they could not withstand one move from Lu Ming. When close to 30% of the energy in the Celestial Thearch's physical body erupted, even an ordinary one-star Great Emperor would be in danger. Lu Ming could kill him, let alone a true Emperor. The battle power of a level 18 true Emperor was only equivalent to the true Emperor realm. Even the most powerful rank 18 was only at RHE peak of true Emperor, and they would still be killed in seconds. Update on Omicron X0 VEL. Omicron M. Therefore, no matter what combat level they were at, there was only one outcome when they faced Lu Ming, and that was to be killed in seconds. They were invincible. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming shouted. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, he charged and killed wantonly. His combat sword kept slashing out, and every slash took the life of a few outsiders. In less than a minute, more than 100 of the more than 200 alien races had died under Lu Ming's sword. Go, quickly go! The remaining alien race members finally panicked. They shouted in fear and turned to run. Kill! Lu Ming had his eyes on the alien royal family. The number of royal non-human races was pathetically small, but without a doubt, each of them had shocking talent. Once they reached adulthood, they would have terrifying battle power. The heavens' favorites among them were even more terrifying. Since he saw them, he couldn't let them go. Lu Ming chased after the alien royal. Stop him! The non-human king was terrified. He ran for his life and ordered the other non-human races to stop Lu Ming. In the foreign races, RHE hierarchy was strict and unusual. The status of a member of the royal family was extremely precious. The ordinary people and RHE aristocrats of the evil god tribe had to obey RHE royal family unconditionally. In the face of danger, he had to stand in front of the royal family unconditionally. Otherwise, there would be a great disaster. At that moment, although the other alien races were frightened, they still rushed toward Lu Ming. Among them, there was no lack of level 17 true Emperor battle strength. Kill! Lu Ming showed no mercy. He charged forward and slashed with his combat sword, killing one alien race after another. Among them, there was even an existence with the battle power of a rank 17 true Emperor. In the battlefield of true Emperors, a rank 17 true Emperor was already the peak of battle power. This was because a rank 18 true Emperor had reached the peak of true Emperor in all aspects. Most of them were in seclusion, preparing to break through to the great Emperor realm. Lu Ming was invincible in the true Emperor stage when he controlled the Celestial Thearch's body. Lu Ming dashed past them and killed dozens of true Emperors. He then rushed toward the non-human royal clan. The non-human king screamed in fear, but he was still cut in half by the sword. Run! The other non-humans fled in all directions. Lu Ming stopped and did not continue to pursue. The intense battle just now had consumed a lot of the energy of the heaven and earth body. These foreign kinds had the combat strength of a 10th level true emperor or above. It seemed easy for Lu Ming to kill them, but he had to consume a lot of energy. After killing more than 100 non-human powerhouses, the energy of the Celestial Thearch's body was almost exhausted. Killing so many true Emperor realm experts was no easier than fighting a one-star Great Emperor. By now, the energy in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was almost completely depleted. After the alien race had fled far away, Lu Ming's figure appeared and he kept the Celestial Thearch body. It seems like there should be an entrance to a small world here. These foreign races have been lying in ambush in this vicinity in order to kill RHE beings of the heaven realm. On second thought, Lu Ming could guess the alien race's plan. At this moment, the people from the Lan family and the Yen family widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming, it's that Lu Ming. It's him. He has such a terrifying puppet. The faces of the Lan and Yen family members turned pale. They had received orders to kill Lu Ming if they had the chance in the battlefield of true emperors. However, Lu Ming actually had such a powerful puppet, which left them with a lingering fear. If they had attacked Lu Ming, they would have been dead. That's not right. Here must be a condition to control such a powerful puppet. It's impossible to control it so easily. Just now, the alien race escaped, but he didn't pursue them. This doesn't seem like him. Could it be that the puppet can't be used anymore? Controlling a puppet requires energy, and energy will be exhausted. The Lan family and the Yen family were communicating in secret. Some of these people had already lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and some even millions of years. They were all experienced and sly old foxes, so they could guess the general situation in a few moments. Their eyes lit up and were filled with cold killing intent. This was a great opportunity. If Lu Ming's puppet could no longer be controlled, it would be the best time to kill him. Let us go all out. The experts from the Lan and Yen families were determined. Their higher-ups had given the order to find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming and strip him of the indestructible ancient scroll in his soul. If they could complete the task, they would be rewarded handsomely. Now that there was no one else from heaven around and Lu Ming's puppet could nor be used, it was the best time to make a move. Go and kill Lu Ming. The leader of the Lan family sent a message to the crowd and then rushed out. The others also rushed out. Beams of rainbow light shot toward Lu Ming at high speed. Lu Ming was about to head to the small world when he suddenly realized that there were dozens of people flying in his direction. He could not help but be stunned. He did not recognize these people as the Lan and Yen families. The Lan family and the Yen family did not have any special symbols. These people were all true emperors. Lu Ming had never seen them before. He had thought that the other party was just an ordinary person from the heaven realm. Are these people also here for the small world? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The people from the Lan family and the Yen family stopped not far away from Lu Ming. They did not make a move immediately. They were still a little afraid of Lu Ming's methods. You are Lu Ming? The leader of the Lan family pretended to have just recognized Lu Ming and asked with a surprised look. That's me. May first know why everyone is here? Lu Ming said. Imswa Zheng. Tihi, leader of the Lan family, lied. He walked toward Lu Ming with a smile on his face and said, Recently, there has been a rumor that a small world that has been floating in the eternal void for countless years has connected to the battlefield of Rhe True Emperor. Perhaps there are extraordinary treasures there. So many people have come. Brother Lu, you must be here for this small world. The leader of the Lan family always had a smile on his face. He was very gentle and made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Chapter 2285. Lu Ming's murderous intent. It is indeed a small world. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he did not show it. That's right, I'm also here for the small world. At this moment, the leader of the Lan family glanced at the alien corpses and said, So many alien corpses. Did Brother Lu kill them? He had clearly seen it but pretended not to see it. He wanted to test Lu Ming. No, I just got here too. Lu Ming said. Oh, don't tell me that someone has already entered that small world? Then let's hurry in too. The Lan family's leader pretended to have a change in expression. He strode forward and approached Lu Ming. At this moment, a terrifying ray of light burst out from the hands of the leader of the Lan family and headed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, the two of them were very close. If Lu Ming was not on guard, he would definitely not be able to dodge. However, just as the Lan family's leader made his move, the six feathered wings suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's back. In a flash, Lu Ming's figure flew away at top speed, avoiding the opponent's attack. The leader of the Lan family's expression changed. He looked gloomy as he stared at Lu Ming. How did you find out? You're good at disguising yourself, but the others aren't so good at it. If someone wants to kill me, do you think one won't notice? Who are you people? Update on Omicron X0 VEL. Omicron M. Lu Ming's expression was a little gloomy. If not for his extremely sharp senses and the fact that there were people from the Lan and Yen families with strong killing intent, Lu Ming would have caught them despite their efforts to conceal it. So what if I'm discovered by you? You'll still die today. Attack! The leader of the Lan family shouted. He no longer concealed himself and unleashed his full power, charging towards Lu Ming. He displayed extremely terrifying combat strength. Rank 17 True Emperor Battle Power. Lu Ming's expression changed. Although Lu Ming's combat strength had barely reached the 14th stage of the True Emperor realm, he was still far from the 17th stage of the True Emperor realm. He was not a match for them at all. Moreover, there were other people. The other members of the Lan family and Yen family also made their moves. Each of them had shocking battle strength and were all above the 10th level of true emperor. If the celestial thearch's physical body was still around, these people would not be a threat to him. However, Lu Ming was no match for them now. Lu Ming cast his 6-feathered divine wings and retreated rapidly to avoid the attack. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hands. Where do you think you're going? One attack after another streaked across the void and headed straight for Lu Ming. Are you from the Lan and Yen families? Lu Ming shouted. The moment the other party made a move, he could not hide his unique magical ability, and Lu Ming recognized it. Due to his enmity with the Lan family and the Yen family, Lu Ming had studied the ancient scriptures and divine abilities passed down by these two families. That was why he could recognize them at a glance. Kill! The Lan family and Yen family members shouted, their killing intent extremely cold. Buzz! As Lu Ming retreated, he drew the fallen star bow. Whoosh! An arrow shot out at an extreme speed, tearing through the void like a star. One of the Lan family's rank 15 true emperor powerhouses was shot to death in the air by Lu Ming. Damn it! The leader of the Lan family shouted and increased his speed to the maximum. It was as if he was traveling through the void. His speed was at its maximum, not slower than Lu Ming's 6-feathered divine wings. There was another person from the Yen family, who was also a rank 17 true emperor. They worked together with the person from the Lan family and charged toward Lu Ming from both sides, closing in on him quickly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming drew his bow continuously. 2 9-colored arrows were shot at 2 people with the combat power of a rank 17 true emperor. However, a rank 17 true emperor was really powerful. He blocked the arrows with brute force and only his figure was hindered. A level 17 true emperor is this strong? Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. Lu Ming, you're dead meat today. Hand over the indestructible ancient scroll and the ancient scroll that you're cultivating, and we'll give you a quick death. The leader of the Lan family said coldly. However, at this moment, his expression changed. The other members of the Lan family and Yen family also changed their expressions. That was because there was a flash of light in the distance. Someone was coming. The Lan and Yen families stopped in their tracks. That was because there was a rule in the heaven realm that no one was allowed to kill each other on the battlefield. If anyone violated this rule, even the Lan and Yen families would be punished. The rainbow light receded, and a total of 6 people appeared not far away. Lu Ming! A voice rang out. Senior Bai Tai. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect that one of them would be Bai Tai. With Bai Tai's cultivation level, shouldn't he be active in the periphery of the true emperor battlefield? How did he end up in the core of the battlefield of true emperors? Could it be because of that small world? Lu Ming had an idea. Everyone, what's the matter? Bai Tai looked at the Lan and Yen families. Just now, from afar, they seemed to have seen someone fighting here. Then Bai Tai and the others looked at the alien's body and their faces changed. Could it be that the Lan family and the Yen family were fighting against the foreign races? At this moment, the leader of the Lan family had a gloomy expression and a flash of killing intent. Attack and kill these people together. The leader of the Lan clan transmitted his voice to the others. The others' expressions changed. If word got out that they killed their own people on the battlefield, the Lan and Yen families wouldn't be able to protect them. But now, there was no one else present. They just had to kill them to silence them. Attack! The leader of the Lan clan transmitted his voice. Not good. Senior Bai Tai, run. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted loudly. He could feel the murderous aura exuding from the Lan family and the rest. These people were so audacious that they wanted to kill Bai Tai and the others. As Lu Ming roared, he rushed towards Bai Tai at top speed. However, the Yen family's rank 17 true emperor had already charged at Bai Tai. At the same time, the leader of the Lan family charged at Lu Ming and launched a series of attacks. Lu Ming could only try his best to dodge. He was not in a hurry to rescue her. You guys! Bai Tai was shocked. He didn't expect that the Lan and Yen families would suddenly attack them. Bai Tai's combat strength was only at the 7th stage true emperor realm. He was no match for the other party. His heart was pierced through by the other party's attack. The terrifying power caused Bai Tai's body to explode. Senior Bai Tai! At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes turned red and he revealed a terrifying killing intent. He and Bai Tai had worked together to hunt for alien races for 2 years and fought dozens of battles. They had formed a deep friendship. Bai Tai, his ancestor, had all died in the hands of the alien races. His biggest wish in his life was to hunt the alien races. He had no other intentions. At the same time, he knew that his talent was limited. When he was hunting the alien races, he would deliberately give more world cores to Lu Ming so that Lu Ming could improve faster. It could be said that this was a respectable old man who had spent his entire life hunting foreign races. But now, he had died under the greed of the Lan and Yen families. Lu Ming's heart was filled with cold killing intent. At this moment, he could not wait to kill everyone from the Lan and Yen families. Lan family, you will all die a horrible death. All. The people who came with Bai Tai were all killed. Lu Ming, no one can save you. Dang. The leader of the Lan family kept launching attacks at Lu Ming. At the same time, the others also flew toward Lu Ming. Chapter 2286. The space collapses. The people from the Lan family and the Yen family flew toward Lu Ming and surrounded him. However, at this moment, the expressions of the Lan and Yen families changed. In the distance, there was a faint flash of light. Clearly, more people had come. This time, there were many people, dozens of them, more than the Lan and Yen families. Damn it! The Lan family and Yen family shouted. They just needed a little more time and they would be able to kill Lu Ming. They did not expect that someone else would come. Quick, collect the alien corpses, quick! The leader of the Lan family shouted. He abandoned Lu Ming and quickly collected the alien corpses. The other members of the Lan family and Yen family did not know what was going on, but they did as they were told. They collected all the bodies of the alien races, leaving only the bodies of those who came with Bai Tai. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a flash of light, dozens of people appeared in the sky. All of them were creatures from the heaven realm, and some of them were extremely powerful. What's going on? The people who came later glanced at the corpses of Bai Tai and the others, and their eyes flashed. Everyone, Lu Ming is extremely audacious. He killed people from the heaven realm for money and we happened to discover him. We're going to take him down. The leader of the Lan family shouted and accused Lu Ming of killing Bai Tai and the rest. What? Lu Ming, how dare you? The people from the heaven realm who came later all looked at Lu Ming with anger in their eyes. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. The Lan family and the Yen family wanted to kill me and take away the indestructible ancient scroll. They were seen by others, so I killed them to silence them. Now they dare to slander me. How ridiculous. Nonsense. Everyone, Lu Ming is a man of words. We can't be fooled by him. One suggests that we arrest him first, cripple his cultivation, and bring him back to Two World City for interrogation. The leader of the Lan family shouted. Lan family, Yen family, one will definitely make you pay for what you did today. Lu Ming shouted, turned around and left. He knew that he was at a disadvantage today. No matter how much he argued, it would be useless. He could only escape first and then think of a way to reveal the Lan and Yen family's crimes to the public. Lu Ming cast his 6-feathered divine wings and flew into the distance at top speed. Chase him. Don't let him escape. He wants to escape. The leader of the Lan family shouted. Together with the Yen family experts, they chased after Lu Ming. The other people from the heaven realm looked at each other. They did not know who was telling the truth and could only watch. It was not good for them to make a move. Lu Ming, you can't escape. The leader of the Lan family shouted. A jade talisman appeared in his hand and he crushed it. A green energy enveloped his body. His speed suddenly increased and he quickly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He turned around and drew his bow, shooting an arrow at the man. A combat sword appeared in the man's hand. He slashed out and collided with the arrow, causing it to explode. His body slowed down slightly, but he continued to chase after Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The leader of the Lan family slashed a few times in succession. The sword chi whistled and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged continuously, but he was still hit by a sword chi. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. No, one can't escape like this. I'll go to that small world and try my luck. With a single thought, Lu Ming dashed towards the place where there was a spatial fluctuation. The experts from the Lan and Yen families were in hot pursuit. As they chased, the leader of the Lan family kept slashing out sword chi. Lu Ming could only draw his bow to block and at the same time, try his best to dodge. However, after a few moves, Lu Ming was hit again. His body was almost split apart. However, with the indestructible ancient scroll, Lu Ming was fine. His injuries were recovering rapidly. After a while, a huge black vortex appeared in front of him. It was obvious that this was the entrance to the small world. Lu Ming did not look back and rushed in directly. The leader of the Lan family also rushed in. The two of them were the fastest, while the others were a little slower. The moment Lu Ming rushed into the vortex, he appeared in a void. However, the scene that entered his eyes made Lu Ming's eyes narrow. The ground of this small world cracked open, and many hideous cracks appeared. The world was barren. In the sky, there were spatial cracks that kept flashing. Let's go! Lu Ming did not have time to think and rushed forward. Behind him, a fluctuation came. The leader of the Lan family had also appeared. The moment he came out, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. However, when he saw Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged at Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! The leader of the Lan family used his world energy and displayed his full power. His battle power of a level 17 true emperor was revealed. The sword chi cut through the void, and the space directly exploded. This is... Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He wanted to use the fallen star bow to block the attack, but he stopped. The leader of the Lan family's expression also changed greatly. Boom! 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 At this moment, the entire world began to shake violently as the sky exploded. The leader of the Lan family's sword strike seemed to have lit a fuse, causing the entire world to collapse and explode. Not good. The leader of the Lan family realized that something was wrong. He turned around and was about to leave through that entrance. But with a boom, the entrance also exploded. The exit had collapsed. Boom! 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 The earth crumbled, and dense spatial cracks appeared in the sky. Damn it! Damn it! The leader of the Lan family kept roaring in fear. This is a small world that is about to collapse. Lu Ming's mouth was full of bitterness. At this moment, how could he not understand? This small world must have been floating in the eternal void for countless years and was about to collapse. When they rushed in and unleashed their cultivation, they broke the balance and caused the world to collapse. The power of the collapse of a small world was extremely terrifying. In particular, this small world could very likely belong to a powerful existence, so it was even more powerful. Boom! Sila! The ground exploded, and the sky was filled with cracks. More and more cracks appeared, revealing a dark void. A terrifying spatial storm swept in all directions. Given Lu Ming and the Lan family's leaders' combat abilities, it would be fine if they entered the dark void. However, if they were to be swept up by the space storm caused by the collapse of a small world, they would definitely die. The two of them tried their best to dodge. However, after a while, the entire space, was filled with spatial storms, and there was almost nowhere to hide. Damn it, it's all your fault, it's all your fault, one want you to die. The leader of the Lan family roared madly, blaming everything on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not rushed in, why would he have chased after him? If Lu Ming had not fled and allowed him to kill him, how could such a thing have happened? He roared angrily and pounced toward Lu Ming. However, in a spatial storm, the leader of the Lan family screamed. The lower half of his body was torn apart, leaving only the upper half to escape. He almost died. Chapter 2287. Entering an unfamiliar heavenly domain. At that moment, Lu Ming was in danger. The space storm swept in all directions and he was almost caught in it. Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Hide in the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming thought of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. With a single thought, a Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron appeared in front of him and he rushed into it. The energy of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron seemed to have been exhausted and it had fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Ming could not activate the terrifying power. However, the material of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was extremely hard. Now, he could only rely on the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to resist the spatial storm outside. Voila! Lu Ming had just hidden in the divine nine-dragon cauldron when it was swept up by a spatial storm. The terrifying spatial storm burst forth with astonishing power, constantly cutting the divine nine-dragon cauldron. However, the material of the divine nine-dragon cauldron was extremely hard. Although the spatial storm was powerful, it could not do anything to the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The leader of the Lan family also saw this scene. "Save me, Lu Ming, save me!" The leader of the Lan family yelled. "Idiot!" Lu Ming's faint voice was heard from the divine nine-dragon cauldron. "No, save me. You can't leave us in the lurch. We're all from the heaven realm." The leader of the Lan family shouted and wanted to rush toward the divine nine-dragon cauldron. However, at this moment, the entire world seemed to have collapsed. Endless spatial storms swept out. The leader of the Lan family was directly swept into the spatial storm. He let out a desperate scream and then there was no sound. Outside the small world, the other members of the Lan family and the Yen family were about to rush into the small world as well. However, as soon as they approached the vortex shook violently and exploded. "What's going on?" The Lan and Yen families were shocked. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, the entire space trembled violently. The Lan and Yen families were shocked and quickly retreated. The people from the other heaven realms also came over and looked on in surprise. Sila! A crack had actually appeared where the whirlpool had originally been, and one could vaguely see the scene of destruction inside. "This is... The small world has collapsed, that small world has collapsed." Everyone was an experienced person. How could they not have thought of this when they saw this scene? They also speculated that the small world must have been too ancient, and now it was completely collapsing. "Lu Ming is dead," someone said in a low voice. Everyone's expression was grave. Facing the collapse of a small world, the true Emperor Realm expert was most likely dead. The Lan and Yen families felt a wave of fear. It was a good thing they didn't rush in, or they would have died as well. It's a pity about the indestructible ancient scroll. The Lan family and Yen family sighed in their hearts. They did not care whether Lu Ming lived or died. It was a pity that the indestructible ancient scroll would be buried in the void with Lu Ming forever. They didn't leave, but watched from a distance. At this time, the small world had completely collapsed, and the endless space storm swept over the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Thump, thump, thump. Even though Lu Ming was hiding in the divine nine-dragon cauldron and was protected by it, the power formed by the terrifying vibrations still seeped into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Lu Ming suffered a terrifying attack. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by the power of law. At the same time, he activated the imperishable golden body to resist the terrifying power. However, he was still heavily injured. His bones were broken and his muscles were torn apart. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. This small world was definitely the small world of a heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouse. The energy formed from the collapse was too terrifying. The divine nine-dragon cauldron was like a small boat in the boundless ocean, drifting with the current. It was swept into the boundless dark void by the spatial storm and drifted far away. After an unknown period of time, the divine nine-dragon cauldron suddenly let out a violent roar. Then, a violent explosion erupted outside. Then, everything calmed down. What's going on? Could it have been swept out of the dark void? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Through the opening of the divine cauldron, he noticed a ray of light shining in. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed that he had really left the dark void. Lu Ming crawled out of the cauldron. In the outside world, birds were chirping and flowers were blooming. He was currently on this mountain peak. However, when the divine nine-dragon cauldron smashed down just now, half of the mountain was crushed and embedded in the mountain. Lu Ming waved his hand and put the divine nine-dragon cauldron away. Where is this place? Lu Ming looked around. What came into view was an endless green mountain, verdant and lush, full of vitality. This wasn't the battlefield of true emperors at all. In fact, it wasn't even the battlefield outside Two World City. Because of the constant battles on the battlefield, it had long been deathly silent, and no vegetation could survive. It was completely different from this place. Could I have been sucked into a spatial storm somewhere in the Taiqing heavenly region? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. However, his heart skipped a beat at the next moment. He thought of another possibility. If they could be swept into the Taiqing heavenly region, wouldn't they be swept into other heavenly regions as well? Could this place be another heaven domain? Of the 9 heaven domains in the heaven realm, except for the Taiching heaven domain, the other 8 heaven domains were all occupied by the alien races. It would be troublesome if they went to the other heaven domains. Let's heal first. Lu Ming shook his head. He was severely injured. No matter where he was, he had to heal his injuries first and adjust his condition to the peak. That was the best way. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the indestructible ancient scroll to begin healing his injuries. However, he had just started to recuperate when streaks of rainbow light flew over at high speed from the distance. Lu Ming's expression changed and he had no choice but to stop recuperating and look at the rainbow light. An alien! At one glance, Lu Ming's expression turned even uglier. There couldn't be any foreign races in the Taiching heavenly region, and this wasn't the battlefield outside the two-world city, so there was only one possibility. This was another heavenly domain in the heavenly realm. Lu Ming felt bitter. He did not expect that he would really come to another heaven domain in the heaven realm. It's the human race. Kill all the humans who have escaped. The alien races also saw Lu Ming and charged toward him. Beams of destructive light were shooting toward Lu Ming from a distance. The strongest is only a 10th level true emperor. Kill. From the other party's attack, Lu Ming could sense that the strongest alien race was a 10th level true emperor. Such combat strength was not a threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not care about his injuries. He condensed the infinite dragon spear in his hand and charged forward. One after another, the spear radiance pierced toward the foreign tribe members, killing them one by one. More than 10 alien races were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. After storing more than 10 alien corpses into his small world, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left the place. He could not stay here for long. Lu Ming had to find a hidden place to recuperate. His injuries had worsened after he forcefully attacked just now. But the next moment, his expression changed. Because another group of alien races was also coming from another direction. It's a human that escaped the net. Kill him. Dozens of the alien races rushed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 2288. People from the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Domain upped by BOXN0 VEL. Xiaofan M. Dozens of alien races charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming could sense that there were terrifying experts among them. Although there were no great emperors, there were definitely level 16 and level 17 true emperors. Lu Ming was severely injured now. He was no match for these alien races and could only avoid them for the time being. Lu Ming cast his 6-feathered divine wings and flew into the distance at top speed. The alien races were following closely behind. Which heavenly domain is this? He said that the human race has escaped. It seems that there are still human beings in this heavenly domain. Lu Ming was thinking as he flew. Behind him, the alien races were very fast, especially a few of them. They were shockingly powerful and were slowly closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. My injuries are too severe. One can't use my full strength. Lu Ming frowned, thinking of a solution. After a while, he had flown tens of thousands of miles in an instant. But at this moment, another group of foreign people appeared in front of them. There were more than 20 of them. Lu Ming had no choice but to change his direction and dash to the left. In this way, the distance between him and the opponent's powerhouse was shortened. What do we do? Lu Ming quickly thought of countermeasures. He could have taken out the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron to resist the other party's attack, but that would be like catching a turtle in a jar. In such a situation, it was not desirable at all. Lu Ming could only continue flying. Human die! The few alien races slowly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot a few arrows in succession. However, these alien races were very powerful and they were all blocked. He pulled the fallen star bow forcefully, worsening his injuries. Buzz! Lu Ming flew past a high mountain that reached into the clouds and entered a huge canyon. The foreign races had also charged into the Great Canyon. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a series of attacks burst out from the canyon. These attacks were not aimed at Lu Ming, but at the alien races. In an instant, 7 to 8 foreign kinds were killed. The foreign kinds who were chasing Lu Ming were also stopped. Kill these foreign kinds! Roars came from the canyon as more than 20 figures rushed out. A human, a divine beast. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Then he was overjoyed. These people who rushed out were actually humans. There were also divine beasts, and they were all very powerful. One of them, a middle-aged man, held a battle blade. When he slashed out, the blade light was vast and powerful. Two of the outsiders with the battle power of a rank 16 true emperor were killed, and one of them with the battle power of a rank 17 true emperor was severely injured. This is a peak true emperor. He has the battle power of a rank 18 true emperor. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In addition, there were also a few with battle strength at rank 17 and rank 16 true emperors. It was a one-sided battle. Dozens of foreign kinds were killed continuously. Lu Ming could not care less about his injuries. He kept drawing the fallen star bow and killed a few of the foreign tribe members who escaped. There were a total of 40 to 50 alien races. Not long after, they were all killed and their bodies were collected by those people. Then, those people's gazes turned to Lu Ming. Everyone, thank you for your help. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked him. Who are you? Why have I never seen him before? Could it be that there are other small worlds that have yet to be conquered by the non-human kind? A young woman stepped on the air and looked at Lu Ming curiously. This woman was very beautiful. She wore iron armor, which revealed her impressive figure. Other small worlds? Lu Ming revealed a confused look. Everyone, may first ask what this place is? Which heavenly domain? Lu Ming continued to ask. Which heavenly domain? Of course we're in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. Are you not from there? The young woman asked, very curious. The others also walked over and sized Lu Ming up curiously. 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. I'm actually in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. Lu Ming's heart trembled. 10,000 spirit heavenly domain was one of the 9 heavenly domains in the heaven realm and had long been occupied by alien races. It seemed that he had been swept into the 10,000 spirit realm by the power of the collapse of the small world. I'm not happy with all of you. I'm from the Tai Ching heavenly region. Lu Ming said. What? You're from the Tai Ching heavenly region? The young woman and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Then their eyes were filled with surprise. We know from the alien races that the Tai Ching heavenly region has not been conquered and is still in the hands of the heaven realm. Is that true? How did you come to 10,000 spirit heavenly domain? Is there a secret passage? The young woman asked a lot of questions in a row, and the others were also curious. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and his face turned pale. At this moment, he was seriously injured. Let's leave this place first. This little brother's injuries are very serious. It won't be too late for us to ask him after he's recovered. An old man walked over and said, I was too excited. Let's go. The young woman said. Immediately, the young woman waved out a wave of world energy and flew in one direction with Lu Ming and the 20 people. During this time, they kept changing directions as if they were afraid of being pursued by the alien race. Not long after, they came to a secret place and entered an underground space through a secret path. After arriving, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to recuperate. He circulated the indestructible ancient scroll and his injuries recovered rapidly. In less than 2 hours, Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed and he was back to his peak condition. So fast. Seeing that Lu Ming had fully recovered in just 2 hours, those people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming's injuries were definitely not light. An ordinary person would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover from such injuries. However, Lu Ming had recovered in just 2 hours. They were shocked and curious. Thank you for your help earlier. Lu Ming stood up and thanked everyone. We're all heaven realm beings, it's only right for us to help. The young woman laughed. She was very forthright. Among these people, the young woman was the only one from the younger generation. She was around the same age as Lu Ming and naturally, they were more friendly. Ren Chan, what's your name? The young woman asked. My name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Can you tell me how you came from the Tai Ching heavenly region? Ren Chan blinked his eyes and asked curiously. I accidentally entered a small world that was about to collapse. Lu Ming briefly explained how he came to this place. I see. One thought there was some secret passage. Ren Chan sighed in disappointment. The others also sighed. Lu Ming had entered this place through a small world that was about to collapse. This was a complete coincidence and could not be replicated. If there was a secret passage, they could use it to go to the Tai Ching heavenly region. Right, what's the situation here? Lu Ming asked about the situation in the 10,000 spirit realm. Immediately, Ren Chan also told him some of the situation in 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. Chapter 2289. Rank 15 True Emperor upped by BOXN0 VEL. Xiaofan M. The 10,000 spirit heavenly domain had been conquered by the alien races countless years ago. However, the 10,000 spirit heavenly region was extremely vast, with all kinds of wonderful places. Many strong men were born in the past, and there were even many heavenly emperor figures. As a result, there were many small worlds attached to the 10,000 spirit heavenly region. Most of the entrances to these small worlds were extremely well hidden and difficult to find. The place where Ren Chan and the others lived was one of the extremely hidden small worlds. However, after the alien races occupied 10,000 spirit realm, they sent out a large number of masters to search for those small worlds and the hidden heavenly realm creatures. For so many years, countless heaven realm experts had been lulled, and small worlds had been found and broken through. Now, there were very few heaven realm creatures left in the small worlds in 10,000 spirit heavenly region. The rest of the people were struggling to survive. That was why they were so excited when they heard that Lu Ming came from the Tai Ching heavenly region. The conditions in the 10,000 spirit heavenly region were too difficult. They did not know when the alien races would find their small worlds and conquer them. In the 10,000 spirit heavenly region, they would face danger at all times. Of course, they wanted to go to the Tai Ching heavenly region to cultivate. This time, we came out to look for a rough stone mine and see some rough stones. I didn't expect to run into you. Ren Chan sighed when he said this. Lu Ming had completely understood. Ren Chan and the others were hiding in a small world without a rough stone mine. If this went on for a long time, their rough stones would run out. How could they cultivate without rough stones? That was why they took the risk to come out and look for raw gemstones. However, most of the ore veins in the 10,000 spirit realm are guarded by alien races. It's not easy to get them. It's dangerous. We plan to go to a small mine nearby. Brother Lu, do you want to go with us? Ren Chan asked. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Now that the people in the 10,000 spirit realm were all from foreign races and it was rare to meet people from the heaven realm, Lu Ming naturally had to go with them. Otherwise, it would be more dangerous to travel alone. Immediately, the group left the place and carefully headed in a certain direction. Along the way, they didn't encounter any more foreign races. In fact, there weren't that many alien races in the 10,000 spirit heavenly region. Although the foreign tribes could absorb and refine the original chi in the heaven realm, the speed was slow and the efficiency was low. It was very unfavorable to the cultivation of the foreign tribes. It was just like how Lu Ming's speed of absorbing the alien race's crystals was very slow. Therefore, there weren't many alien races in the heaven realm. They all took turns. A group of foreign races had been stationed there for many years, and a group of foreign races had changed. Only the battlefield in Two World City had a large number of foreign race experts. Otherwise, Ren Chan and the others would not have dared to come out. About a day later, they arrived at a dense mountain forest. Here, ancient trees towered into the sky, and the grass was as green as a blanket. More than 20 people were hiding nearby. Through the leaves, they could see a huge mountain in the distance. It was a rough stone mine guarded by alien experts. "Till investigate," 11 Ren Chan said, then sat down cross-legged. The others surrounded Ren Chan obviously. Ren Chan had a high status among these people. On the way, Lu Ming had already found out that Ren Chan's combat strength was at the 10th level of a true emperor. Even now, when they saw Lu Ming cultivating, they still sighed. Lu Ming is probably an unrivaled genius in the Tai Ching heaven. It's a pity that he's in the 10,000 spirit heaven. If he could grow up in the Tai Ching heaven, he might become an unrivaled powerhouse in the future. Someone sighed. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. Now that Lu Ming was stranded in the 10,000 spirit realm, he lacked resources and could not go back. It was hard to say what his future would be like. And Ren Chan. Many people looked at Ren Chan. Ren Chan's talent was also rare in the world. Although their entire small world had concentrated resources to cultivate Ren Chan, the resources were limited under such conditions. Even so, Ren Chan had achieved so much. If he were in the Tai Ching heavenly region, he would probably have achieved even more. After a while, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. My current combat strength should have reached rank 15 True Emperor. Lu Ming was measuring his combat strength. Previously, his battle power was at rank 14 True Emperor and the laws of chaos were no small matter. Once he broke through, his battle power increased greatly. Lu Ming's combat strength had reached the 15th level of the True Emperor realm. With Lu Ming's current combat strength and the Fallen Star Bow, he was not afraid of any opponent unless he encountered a rank 18 True Emperor. Chapter 2291 Attacking the Mine U. TED by BXN0VEL. Siamachronim they continued to wait, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. The Emperor has left. Ren Chan suddenly shouted. Extremely excited. They had waited for more than 3 months before the great Emperor finally left. Only one Emperor left? Someone asked. That's right, only the great Emperor left. Ren Chan nodded. That's not bad. The other party has 1 rank 18 True Emperor and 2 rank 17 True Emperors. However, we have 1 rank 18 True Emperor and 3 rank 17 True Emperors. It's enough to suppress them. A white-haired old man said. This white-haired elder was the strongest among them. He was a level 18 True Emperor, which was already at the peak. In addition, there were 3 rank 17 powerhouses among them. Let's make our move later. 111 Deal with the opponent with a rank 18 True Emperor battle strength. We'll also have to block the other 2 with rank 17 True Emperor battle strength. We'll have 1 more rank 17 True Emperor battle strength to assist the others and kill the other alien races. Then, we'll work together to kill the 3 strongest people on the other side. The white-haired old man explained the strategy. Everyone nodded. This strategy was the best one at the moment. However, to be on the safe side, they didn't make a move immediately. Instead, they waited for a while to prevent the other party from returning. After a few hours, they would make their move after confirming that the Emperor had really left. They concealed their auras and rushed toward the mine from the forest. Not long after, they arrived near the mine. There were 2 outsiders guarding the mine. They were both in the True Emperor realm but their combat strength was not high. They were killed by the white-haired elder in 1 move. Charge in! The white-haired old man growled, and they rushed into the mine. It's a fish that escaped the net from the heaven realm. Kill! As soon as they rushed in, they were discovered by the alien races. They roared like thunder and dozens of alien races rushed out from all over the mine. There were more than 50 of them. Double their numbers. Kill! Ants from the heaven realm, die! A purple-colored alien exuded a terrifying aura as he charged toward them. This was a rank 18 True Emperor powerhouse. Leave it to me! The white-haired old man rushed over and began to fight with this person. The 2 of them had similar combat strength, and it was difficult to tell who was stronger. At the same time, the 2 rank 17 True Emperors from the foreign race were also blocked by the 2 from their side. On their side, there was an additional level 17 True Emperor. Although they had fewer people, they were all elites, and their combat strength was obviously stronger. Kill! Lu Ming also rushed over. A long spear condensed in his hand. With a thrust of the spear, an alien race member with a combat power of a rank 13 True Emperor was killed. Lu Ming realized that among these alien races, only a few of them had purple scales. Most of them were ordinary evil god races with black scales. This was normal. The purple-scaled evil god tribe was a noble of the evil god tribe, so they naturally didn't have that many. They could only see so much outside the battlefield of Two World City. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's bravery was unrivaled. After killing 2 alien races in a row, he was finally targeted by an alien race powerhouse. This person was in existence with a battle power of a rank 15 True Emperor. The alien roared and charged at Lu Ming. Kill! The 6 feathered wings on Lu Ming's back flapped and he charged at the alien as well. Boom! The 2 of them used their killing moves and clashed together. Then, the 2 of them quickly retreated. The difference was that the other party spat out a large mouthful of blood and a large hole was blasted in his body. He was severely injured, while Lu Ming only suffered light injuries. They were of the same combat strength, But Lu Ming had the indestructible golden body and shocking defensive power. The other party's attack could only cause him minor injuries, while he could easily injure the other party. Kill! Lu Ming continued to attack the man. The two of them exchanged a few more moves, and the man died on the spot after his head was pierced by Lu Ming's spear. Lu Ming had the absolute advantage in terms of combat strength. Of course, having the same combat strength did not mean that they were of the same cultivation realm. In fact, the other party's cultivation realm was much higher than Lu Ming's. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was strong and he could fight above his level. Hence, his combat strength was the same. At this moment, Lu Ming's team had an absolute advantage. They were all elites with powerful combat strength. Although the other side had more people, their combat strength was not as strong as theirs. At this moment, more than 20 people had been killed. Especially that rank 17 true Emperor expert. He was unrivaled and killed everyone. They were about to achieve victory according to their plan. Right at this moment, a loud boom was heard from one of the mines. Then, two burly foreign beings rushed out. Damn remnants of the heavenly realm, kill! The two demonic humans bellowed in rage. They soared into the sky and charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Bang! All! On Lu Ming's side, two powerhouses were sent flying. One of them spat out a large mouthful of blood while the other one, who was slightly weaker, was killed immediately. Not good, there are two level 17 true Emperor experts. They were in the depths of the mine. There were no plants, so I couldn't find them. Ren Chan exclaimed. Not good. The others were also shocked. The other side had two more rank 17 true Emperors. This way, their high-end combat power was at a disadvantage and they were about to lose. Heaven Realm's remnant, die! The two alien races roared and charged at Lu Ming and the rest. I'll block them. The rank 17 true Emperor expert charged toward the two foreign races. However, he was fighting 1 against 2 and was not a match for them at all. After a few moves, he was injured. This wasn't a match in cultivation level, but a match in battle prowess. If one's battle prowess was equal, then they would be evenly matched. It would be difficult to determine who was stronger. It would be 1 against 2, so naturally, one would be no match. What do we do? What do we do? Ren Chan and the others were extremely anxious. Their small worlds didn't have many people to begin with, and they didn't have many experts either. The death of even one was a huge loss. Leave it to me. Let's go, Lu Ming said. He rushed over and the fallen star bow appeared in his hands. Buzz! Lu Ming pulled the bowstring and the fallen star bow trembled slightly. The power of the law and the power of the world poured into the fallen star bow madly. A 9-colored arrow was shot at one of the rank 17 true Emperor alien race. Buzz! The alien waved his axe and chopped at the arrow. Boom! With a violent boom, the alien's battle axe shook and cracks appeared on it. The alien couldn't hold the battle axe and it flew out of his hand. He was also sent flying backward and spat out blood. He was severely injured. Before Lu Ming's Chaos Law had a breakthrough, his combat strength was at the level of a rank 14 true Emperor. When he used the fallen star bow, he would be blocked by a rank 17 true Emperor. However, now that Lu Ming had made a breakthrough in his Chaos Laws, the power of the fallen star bow had increased by a large margin. A rank 17 true Emperor could not withstand it at all and was severely injured by Lu Ming's arrow. Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming shot another arrow at the heavily injured alien. This time, the other party could no longer resist and was shot to death in the air by Lu Ming. All right. Ren Chan and the others were ecstatic. Chapter 2291 Kill Them One by One. Twilight Landu. TED by BXN0VEL. Xiaomicron M. Ren Chan and the rest were overjoyed. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful that he could kill a rank 17 true Emperor. This way, they could completely turn the tide of the battle. The other alien races were also shocked. At this moment, Lu Ming pulled the bowstring for the 3rd time. An arrow was shot at another true Emperor rank 17 alien. Boom! This alien had been severely injured by an arrow. How could the expert who had fought with him miss such an opportunity? He rushed over and killed the other party with one strike. The two rank 17 true Emperor aliens were instantly killed. Then, Lu Ming charged towards the remaining alien race members who had the combat power of a rank 17 true emperor. Every time Lu Ming drew an arrow, the other party would be severely injured and then killed by his opponent. By the time Lu Ming shot the 5th arrow, all of the opponents who had the combat power of a rank 17 true emperor had already died. On Lu Ming's side, the 3 rank 17 true emperor powerhouses freed up their hands to kill the remaining alien races. With the addition of the 3 rank 17 true emperors, the battle was completely one-sided. Not long after, the remaining alien race members were all killed. Only the rank 18 true emperor alien race member was still fighting the white-haired elder. Damn it! The true emperor rank 18 alien roared and glared at Lu Ming with hatred. It was all because of Lu Ming that the battle had ended up in such a state. However, Lu Ming's arrow was the only reply he got. Whoosh! A 9-colored arrow with a long tail shot toward the alien. Bang! The foreign being struck out with all his might and blocked the 9-colored arrow, but his body also trembled violently, revealing a flaw. The white-haired old man seized the opportunity and injured his opponent with one move. Let's attack together. At the same time, the others also made their moves. More than 20 attacks were launched at the other party. The alien was exhausted and retreated. During this time, Lu Ming shot 2 more arrows. The 2 arrows were shot out in succession, shocking the other party and causing him to block them repeatedly. In this way, he was no match for the white-haired old man at all. He was hit by the white-haired old man's killing moves and finally killed by the white-haired old man with an unwilling cry. At this point, all the alien races in the mine had been killed. Lu Ming, this time, it's all thanks to you. Ren Chan and the rest came over to thank Lu Ming. This time, if it were not for Lu Ming, they would be in danger. Even if they could escape, they would suffer heavy losses, let alone obtain the rough stone. Since we've come here together, 111 naturally do my best. Lu Ming smiled and heaved a long sigh. He kept the fallen star bow and took out a pile of raw gemstones to devour and absorb. Shooting 7 arrows in a row just now had consumed a lot of Lu Ming's energy. He needed to replenish his world energy. I'll be here to keep a lookout for you. You guys go and collect the raw stones. Ren Chan said to the others. The others nodded and entered the various parts of the mine to collect raw stones. Ren Chan, on the other hand, used his supernatural power to observe the surrounding movements through the plants. Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the side, absorbing the rough stone to restore his cultivation. A few hours later, Lu Ming had already recovered to his peak. However, he did not go to dig for the raw gemstones. He still had a large number of raw gemstones. It was enough for Lu Ming to use for decades. Lu Ming sat at the side and waited. After a few days, the group finally ended their excavation. This time, they had gained quite a lot, enough to replenish their energy for a period of time. They had to leave now. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. If the other side sent a great emperor, they would all die. The group of people left this place and ran along the mountain forest, rushing towards the small world where they lived. With Ren Chan, who could sense them, they were very safe and could avoid the alien races perfectly. However, they didn't dare to increase their speed recklessly. Just like that, after more than half a month of traveling, they finally arrived near the small world where Ren Chan and the others lived. In front of them were mountains, but there was no vegetation. It looked dead silent, and gray fog filled the air, making visibility extremely low. This is the Land of Dusk, one of the 3 forbidden lands of 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. It's the first of the 3 forbidden lands, known as the Land of Dusk for all living beings. It's full of terrifying energy and very dangerous. Ren Chan explained. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood that the entrance to the small world where Ren Chan and the rest lived should be in the Land of Dusk. Are there no foreign races here? Lu Ming asked. Yes, of course there is. Ren Chan said, the Land of 10,000 Spirits' 3 forbidden areas have long been targeted by the alien races. The other 2 have already been conquered by the alien races. Only the Land of Dusk has not been conquered yet. The Land of Dusk is full of terrifying energy. The alien races have attacked it many times and suffered a great loss. Our small world's entrance is only on the periphery of the Land of Dusk. We don't dare to go in because it's very dangerous. You have to follow us closely later. They concealed their auras and carefully entered the Land of Dusk. This was because there were alien races wandering around nearby. They couldn't let the alien races find the entrance to the small world. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. The alien races wouldn't let them go. After entering the land of dusk, their speed slowed down. The white-haired elder walked in front, and the others followed the path he had taken. This region was filled with mountains and there was a terrifying pressure. Anyone who looked at it would feel a strong sense of danger. The terrain here naturally formed all kinds of terrifying field energy. The more core the land of dusk was, the more terrifying and dangerous the field energy was. They advanced carefully. After a few hours, they finally entered an underground crack, entered an underground river, and went through the river to an underground cave. There was a pitch-black vortex here. The entrance to the small world was right here. It was extremely well hidden, so it was no wonder that the foreign races had never found it after so many years. They stepped into the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the rest arrived in a mountain range. "We're here, let's go to the city." Ren Chan smiled, and the group flew forward. This small world was extremely huge and had a wide area. After flying for a while, they arrived at a huge city. There were many people and divine beasts in this small world. After all, it was a small world. After so many years of reproduction, there were naturally many of them. Therefore, cultivation resources became scarce and the supply could not meet the demand. After they arrived at the city, Ren Chan arranged a place for Lu Ming to stay. Lu Ming settled down here with peace of mind. Since he had come, he would take it. Now, Lu Ming could only cultivate while looking for a way to return to the Tai Ching heaven. Or when his cultivation was strong enough, he could just kill his way back. But that would be many years later. A few days later, the higher-ups of the small world invited Lu Ming to ask him some questions. Lu Ming had come from the Tai Ching heavenly region. This matter had alarmed some of the powerhouses in the small world. They asked about the current situation in the Tai Ching heavenly region and how Lu Ming had come. Chapter 2292. Wanling Mountain. The higher-ups of the small world all wanted to know how to get to the Tai Ching heavenly region. This was not a solution. The cultivation resources in this small world were getting less and less, and it was difficult for strong cultivators to be born. If they were found by the alien races, they would be destroyed sooner or later. The best plan was to go to the Tai Ching heavenly region. In the ancient times, when the alien races invaded, not everyone retreated. Many didn't have time to retreat and stayed in 10,000 spirit realm. This small world was like this. Unfortunately, they did not gain anything from Lu Ming. They only knew the current situation of the Tai Ching heavenly region. Next, Lu Ming stayed there and cultivated in peace. Every day, he would enter the mountain and river diagram to comprehend Tao and laws under the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. Now, the Path Understanding Ancient Tree had grown to 50 meters tall, but its effect was much worse than a mature Path Understanding Ancient Tree. But it was better than nothing. However, after cultivating for a few months, Lu Ming did not make any breakthroughs in other laws. He was still at the peak of the second realm. It wasn't that easy to break through to the third realm. During this period of time, Ren Chan would look for Lu Ming to spar with him from time to time. In this small world, there was no doubt that Ren Chan was invincible among her peers. Now that Lu Ming had come, he was about the same age as her, but his combat strength was far above hers. Naturally, she would often look for Lu Ming. After a while, the two of them had become very familiar with each other. On this day, Ren Chan came to look for Lu Ming again. Lu Ming, we're planning to head out to Myriad Spirit Mountain to pick some spiritual and sacred herbs. Do you want to come along? Ren Chan said. Wanling Mountain? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. That's right. Wanling Mountain is the most famous mountain in the 10,000 spirit realm. There are countless spiritual herbs and saint herbs growing in Wanling Mountain, and it contains sacred land, which is very suitable for the growth of saint herbs and spirit herbs. The first goal of our trip is to bring back some spiritual and sacred herbs. The small world is in serious shortage of spiritual and sacred herbs. Many low-realm warriors lack them for cultivation. If the conditions allow it, we can dig up some sacred land from 10,000 Spirit Mountain. That would be the best. We can plant large amounts of spirit and sacred medicine. Ren Chan explained. All right, 111 go. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, Wanling Mountain is different from other places. Although our spirit herbs and sacred medicine are not of much use to the foreign tribes, they don't want us to get them either. Therefore, Wanling Mountain is guarded by a large number of powerhouses, which makes it very dangerous. If you don't want to go, one won't force you. Ren Chan said. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming also wanted to go out and train. Otherwise, his cultivation progress would be slow. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed a large number of alien races in the True Emperor battlefield and obtained many black crystals unique to them. Over the past few months, Lu Ming had also taken some time to let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb a large number of crystals. The energy stored in the Celestial Emperor's body had once again reached about 30%. With the Celestial Emperor's body, he had much more energy to protect himself. All right, we'll be setting off soon, let's go together. Ren Chan smiled and followed Lu Ming to a square. There were already a few people gathered here. This time, they were going to send out many experts, even 5 great emperors. There was definitely a non-human emperor guarding Wanling Mountain. Without an emperor, there was no way to get the spirit herbs. Chapter 2293. 5-colored soil in the other directions. They had already encountered the evil god tribe, and a fierce battle had begun. However, they had Ren Chan, who could sense the aura of the enemy through the grass and trees. Therefore, they had avoided the evil god tribe perfectly. Not long after, they successfully entered the depths of Wanling Mountain. Here, the origin chi was extremely rich, and the grass was as green as a blanket. Spirit herbs and saint herbs could be seen from time to time. Quickly pick them. Come on! Ren Chan shouted. The few of them moved and picked all the spiritual and saint herbs in a flash, not letting a single one go. There were too many spirit herbs and saint herbs here, and the medicinal fragrance was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. There were spirit herbs and saint herbs every few steps. All of a sudden, Lu Ming saw a herb that was crystal clear and shimmering. Its medicinal fragrance was much stronger than other spirit herbs and sacred herbs. This is an emperor's medicine. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to see the emperor's medicine before he even reached the main peak of Wanling Mountain. Spiritual medicine was very useful for those below the martial saint realm. As for the emperor's medicine, as its name suggested, it was for martial emperors. In fact, the path understanding ancient tree was also a kind of emperor's medicine, a top emperor's medicine. Lu Ming rushed over and condensed the world energy into a shovel. He dug out the emperor's medicine and kept it. Buzz! Buzz! Their speed was shocking. Wherever they went, all the spirit herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs were dug up. This was a rare opportunity. It was rare for the number of alien races to decrease. If the number of alien races increased in the future, there would be no such opportunity. Therefore, he naturally had to take the opportunity to dig up more medicinal herbs. In just a short while, Lu Ming had dug up hundreds of medicinal herbs of different levels. He had even dug up 3 emperors' medicine. At this moment, the 3 of them had arrived at the real Wanling Mountain, their sacred land in Wanling Mountain. That's the most precious. Let's dig. The eyes of Ren Chan and the others lit up. The power of the world turned into hose and they dug into the ground. Bang! 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 The hard rock was broken, and soon, they lifted the rock on the surface of Wanling Mountain. Suddenly, a 5-colored light filled the air. Lu Ming's eyes widened. There was a type of soil under the rocks of Wanling Mountain. It was a soil with 5 colors. This kind of soil was like mud. It was not hard and looked very soft. It could even flow. Do it! Ren Chan and the others condensed the power of the world into large hands and grabbed at the 5-colored soil. However, they could only grab a small piece each time. It's so troublesome. Can't you just take it away? Lu Ming took out a storage ring, wanting to take away the entire Myriad Spirit Mountain. However, it was of no use. Then, Lu Ming wanted to put the 5-colored soil in, but it was useless. Lu Ming, it's useless. This kind of sacred land can't be taken away at all. It's useless even if we use the small world. We can only dig it out bit by bit. Ren Chan informed. Lu Ming was helpless. Following that, he condensed a huge hand with the power of the world and grabbed down. However, The five-colored soil seemed to be a single entity and was extremely viscous. He couldn't grab it at all. Every time, he could only grab a little bit. Compared to the huge Wanling Mountain, it was only a drop in the ocean. This is too slow. Even if we dig for a few days, we won't be able to dig up much five-colored soil. One wonder if it'll work if we use the path understanding ancient tree? Lu Ming sighed. Then his eyes lit up. This five-colored soil had a shockingly strong spiritual nature. All the spirit herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs near the Myriad Spirit Mountain were produced because of this five-colored soil. If Lu Ming had a large amount of five-colored soil, his path understanding ancient tree would definitely grow rapidly. The few of them made use of the time and dug at high speed. But not long after, they were still discovered by the alien races. It's the remnants of the heaven realm kill. More than a dozen alien races charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Their auras were very frightening. Ran Chan and the others were about to fight. Leave these alien races to me. I'll lure them away. You guys continue digging the five-colored soil and medicinal herbs. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he rushed toward the foreign tribe members. The infinite dragon spear in his hand condensed and he killed them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust out a few spear gleams in succession, shattering the void and attacking the alien race. Among the alien races, there was an extremely burly alien. He wielded a huge mace and blocked Lu Ming's spear radiance. Rank 17 True Emperor Battle Power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The strongest of these alien races had the combat power of a rank 17 True Emperor, which was very powerful. Lu Ming did not fight them head-on. Instead, he flapped his six-feathered divine wings. Like a phantom, Lu Ming bypassed the alien race and attacked the other alien races. Whoosh! A ray of spear light flashed and a rank 12 True Emperor alien was killed by Lu Ming. Then, with a sweep of the long spear, a rank 14 True Emperor alien was sent flying. His body almost exploded and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You're looking for death. The True Emperor rank 17 alien was furious. Lu Ming actually dared to kill his people right under his nose. He was simply courting death. He had no time to care about Ren Chan and the others. He was bent on killing Lu Ming. He charged at Lu Ming, but Lu Ming turned around and fled in another direction. Chase! The leader of the alien races roared and led the other alien races in a mad pursuit of Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current abilities, he was still slightly faster than a rank 17 True Emperor alien when he used the six-feathered divine wings. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to shake off his opponent. Instead, he slowed down on purpose so that his opponent felt that he could catch up to him. Therefore, the alien races did not let Lu Ming go. In the blink of an eye, they came to the other direction of Wanling Mountain. This is the place. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Brat, you know you can't escape now, go to hell. The alien races charged toward Lu Ming. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot an arrow. Bang! The rank 17 True Emperor alien was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with fear. Then, Lu Ming shot another arrow and killed the alien. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, he shot two more arrows and killed two more rank 16 True Emperor alien cultivators. The remaining alien races were shocked and wanted to escape. Lu Ming put away the fallen star bow and cast the six-feathered divine wings to give chase. The strongest of the remaining alien races were only at level 15 True Emperor. They were no match for Lu Ming. They wanted to escape but they were not as fast as Lu Ming. Soon, all the alien races were killed by Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, he put away all the alien races' storage rings and crystal cores. Lu Ming landed on Wanling Mountain and chose a spot to break open the rock, revealing the five-colored soil inside. Let's take a look at the path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming had an idea and entered the mountain and river diagram. The path understanding ancient tree was rooted on one of the mountain peaks in the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming crushed the mountain and pulled the path understanding ancient tree out. Lu Ming's figure reappeared on Wanling Mountain. He placed the path understanding ancient tree into the five-colored soil. A sudden change occurred. Chapter 2294 Planting a Small World. When Lu Ming placed the path understanding ancient tree on the five-colored soil, a shocking scene happened. The roots of the path understanding ancient tree grew wildly and burrowed into the five-colored soil. The roots were growing too fast. Some of them burrowed into the soil while others grew outside. They followed the five-colored soil and wrapped it up. At this moment, the path understanding ancient tree started to grow crazily. Its leaves stretched out, and its branches grew longer and thicker. The entire path understanding ancient tree was growing at an extremely fast speed. The path understanding ancient tree was 50 meters tall. Soon, it grew to 60 meters, 65 meters, 70 meters. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was indeed a sacred land. The effect of nurturing plants was amazing. Lu Ming had cultivated the path understanding ancient tree for decades and spent a lot of resources to grow it to 50 meters tall. However, it had grown to nearly 50 meters in just a short while. The roots were growing crazily, as if they were going to wrap up all the five-colored soil. After a while, the height of the path understanding ancient tree had grown to an astonishing height of 100 meters. At this moment, there was a flash of light in the distance. An expert had arrived. Collect! Lu Ming hugged the path understanding ancient tree and used the small world's power to envelop the path understanding ancient tree. Boom! 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 The path understanding ancient tree was pulled up and it headed toward Lu Ming's small world. The roots were like countless claws, grabbing onto the five-colored soil and moving towards the small world. Boom! 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 About 1/10 of the five-colored soil on the entire Thousand Spirit Mountain was taken by the path understanding ancient tree into Lu Ming's small world. There was an unknown amount of five-colored soil. There was too much of it. If they were to dig slowly, they did not know how long it would take. I've earned it this time. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not know how many herbs he could cultivate with so much five-colored soil. Furthermore, the path understanding ancient tree did not need to purchase any spiritual liquid to water it anymore. With so much five-colored soil, it would be enough. Its growth speed would definitely be shocking. Human die! From afar, a loud roar could be heard. Some alien races were rushing towards them. Lu Ming used his six-feathered wings and left the place in a flash. Not long after, Lu Ming shook off the alien races and entered Wanling Mountain. He picked spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, and emperor's herbs madly. They had agreed that they would leave this place in 2 hours and meet up at the corresponding location. Lu Ming continued to harvest and harvested at least thousands of medicinal herbs of various grades. At this moment, he ran into Ren Chan and the others, who were being chased by a few alien races. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and killed them. Then, they continued to harvest the herbs. Soon, 2 hours were almost up. They could only give up and rush out of Wanling Mountain. With Ren Chan's senses, they only encountered a wave of alien races along the way, but they avoided them. They flew all the way and soon came to a hidden mountain pass. This was the place they had agreed to meet up at. However, they were the first to arrive, and the others had not yet arrived. I wonder how the others are doing? Ren Chan was a little worried. Not long after, a group of 4 people arrived. However, all of them were injured to varying degrees. As soon as they arrived, they began to circulate their internal energy to heal their injuries. Not long after, more and more people came. Half an hour later, only about 30 people arrived. When they had arrived, there had been more than 50 people. But now, only about 30 people had returned. This made everyone's expression turn ugly. Most of the people who didn't come were already dead. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! The void moved and 5 figures appeared. They were the Doyens and the other 4 great emperors. Let's go back. The elder instructed. Grand Elder, where are the others? Should we wait a little longer? Someone said. No need to wait, let's go. The Doyen sighed. The others all revealed a trace of grief. From what the Grand Elder meant, the others were most likely dead. They were helpless. Now that the alien tribes had occupied the entire Myriad Forest Heavenly region, they were like turtles in a jar, hiding all day and facing danger at any time. They didn't know when they would fall into the hands of the alien tribes. It would be great if he could go to the Tai Ching Heaven. Some people sighed. The news of the attack on Thousand Spirit Mountain spread quickly. The alien races in the Thousand Spirit Realm were shocked and they were hunting for Lu Ming and the rest everywhere. Along the way, they were careful and avoided the alien races with the help of Ren Chan's senses. They returned to the small world after more than 10 days. After returning to the small world, they would hand over the spirit herbs and 5-colored soil they picked to the elders of the small world for them to distribute. Lu Ming also handed in some. However, Lu Ming only handed over a little bit of the 5-colored soil. He handed over 80% of the spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, emperor's medicine, and the rest. He kept a few hundred for himself and planned to plant them in the small world. Brother Lu Ming, you can keep your spirit herbs and sacred herbs for yourself. One of the elders smiled. After all, Lu Ming was not from this small world. They were already very grateful that he went on an adventure with them. It's fine. I don't have much use for these spiritual herbs and sacred medicines. Elder, one want to collect some spiritual herb seeds or plant seeds? Lu Ming smiled. All right, I'll send it to you in 2 days. The elder said. After that, Lu Ming returned to his residence. As soon as he entered, a body condensed in his small world with a single thought. This was not Lu Ming's actual body, but a body condensed from the power of the soul. In Lu Ming's own small world, he was a god who could control everything. This was because he was in control of the laws in this small world. When the power of the soul was condensed in his own small world, it was no different from a physical body. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to a plain. The plain was vast, and the path understanding ancient tree was rooted here. Under its roots was colorless soil. In a dozen days, the path understanding ancient tree had grown a lot taller. Of course, it did not grow as fast as when he had first obtained the 5-colored soil. It had already stabilized. However, the height of the path understanding ancient tree had still reached 200 meters. The leaf was crystal clear and resplendent, and the aura of the great Tao lingered around it. It was much faster to comprehend the Tao here than outside. Lu Ming dug out some colorless congealed soil from under the path understanding ancient tree and placed it in other places. Then, he planted the remaining hundreds of sacred and spiritual herbs everywhere. A newly formed small world had no living beings or vegetation, and it needed to be added by itself. At the Great Emperor realm, one could create living beings, but that would take a long time. Adding on one's own was the fastest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 3 days later, the founding elders sent people to deliver all kinds of spirit herbs and plant seeds. Lu Ming scattered these seeds all over the small world. After some time, these seeds would take root and sprout. The small world would then be full of vitality. Next, Lu Ming began to cultivate. Chapter 2294 The alien races are here. Cultivation knew no time, and time flew by quickly. Lu Ming cultivated in this small world. Sometimes, he would spar with Ren Chan. Sometimes, he would go out with them to obtain resources. Very quickly 2 years had passed. In the first year, Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the rest went out often. In the second year, they rarely went out. In the second year, the number of alien races in 10,000 Spirit Heavenly region had increased again, and there were many more masters. Lu Ming guessed that the alien races had stopped attacking the Tai Ching heaven and had retreated. Moreover, during this time, there were many more foreign races in the Land of Dusk. In the entire 10,000 Spirit Heavenly domain, only the Land of Dusk hadn't been conquered yet. Obviously, the alien races were very curious about this area and had sent a large number of masters to conquer it. During this period of time, the foreign races had been attacking the Land of Dusk. The entire Land of Dusk was rumbling. The foreign races were bombarding the ground and destroying the structure of the earth. They wanted to destroy the field energy here. After paying a price, the structure of the Land of Dusk had indeed been destroyed by the foreign races, and a safe path had been forcibly opened up. The people in the small world were also paying close attention and sending people to inquire about the situation outside. This was because it concerned their survival and safety. If the Land of Dusk was completely conquered by the foreign races, their small world would probably be found by the foreign races as well. Not long after, a shocking piece of news came. The alien races fought deep into the Land of Dusk, but they were attacked by a terrifying force. In the depths of the Land of Dusk, a terrifying creature had awakened and was attacking the alien races. A terrifying battle had begun. That day, A thunderous roar came from the depths of the land of dusk, as if a giant beast had awakened. In that battle, the alien race suffered a great loss. A large number of powerhouses died inside. It was said that a heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouse was killed and fell inside. The alien race retreated from the depths of the land of dusk in defeat. Ran Chan, Lu Ming, and the rest were also extremely shocked when they heard that. What exactly was in the depths of the land of dusk? Even a heavenly emperor had fallen in there. It was too shocking. I'm still not strong enough. One need to continue increasing my combat strength. Lu Ming muttered. He condensed his body with his soul and entered his own small world. He went to the path understanding ancient tree to comprehend the laws. One did not need a physical body to comprehend the laws. One's soul could still comprehend them. Right now, his main focus was to comprehend the life law. In the past 2 years, he had only broken through to the 3rd level in one of his artifact Dao laws. He had also refined all the remaining chaos gems and raised his cultivation to the peak of a 4-star true emperor. As for the laws of life, he was also on the verge of breaking through. This was because he was able to comprehend the indestructible ancient scroll, the life laws, and the laws of craftsmanship faster than the other laws. The cultivation this time went very smoothly. His life law had already reached the limit of a breakthrough. A few days later, Lu Ming successfully broke through and his life law broke through to the 3rd level. In this way, Lu Ming's 3 ultimate maxims had all reached the 3rd realm. In addition, the law of devouring, the law of craftsmanship, and the law of array Dao were all at the 3rd realm. Only the laws of alchemy, the laws of extremity, and the laws of penetration were still at the 2nd realm. In addition to Lu Ming's peak 4-star true emperor cultivation base, his current combat strength had already reached the limit of a rank 17 true emperor. As long as he had one more law, or his cultivation broke through to become a 5-star true emperor, his battle prowess would reach level 18 true emperor. The fighting power of a rank 18 true emperor was known as the fighting power of a peak true emperor. Not everyone could reach that level. It had a strict rule, which was to master an ultimate law and 8 king path laws. One had to cultivate all of them to the 3rd realm and reach the peak of 7-star true emperor. Only such a person had the combat power of a rank 18 true emperor. On the other hand, those who had not mastered an ultimate maxim would not have the battle power of a rank 18 true emperor, even if they cultivated it to the peak. At most, they would only have the battle power of a rank 17 true emperor. Some of them could only reach rank 16 true emperor at most. This was also the reason why Lu Ming rarely encountered a rank 18 true emperor. One of the reasons was that most of the rank 18 true emperors were in seclusion to break through to the great emperor realm. The other reason was that they were rare. As for Lu Ming, he had yet to reach the peak of his cultivation and laws, but he was about to reach the combat power of a rank 18 true emperor. If his cultivation and laws were both at the peak, his combat power would be unimaginably strong. Of course, it didn't mean that one couldn't break through to the great emperor realm without reaching the fighting power of a rank 18 true emperor. Many people who didn't master an ultimate law could still break through to the great emperor realm if they had 9 types of laws at the peak. They only needed 1 type of king path law. That's right. To break through to the great emperor realm, one had to master at least 1 king path law out of the 9 laws. This was also why the king body had the potential to become a great emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lu Ming ended his cultivation and pondered, there was a sudden tremor. It was as if the entire world was shaking. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. The entire world was shaking more and more violently. The small world is under attack. Gather, everyone. Gather. A voice spread to every corner. Lu Ming's expression changed. Could it be that the alien race had found this small world? Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. In the huge city, countless figures rose into the air and gathered outside the city wall. Lu Ming also flew over and saw Ren Chan and the rest. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly and heavy. They looked in the direction of the small world's exit. The violent shaking was coming from that direction. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. From that direction, beams of light flew over. They were the experts guarding the exit. At this moment, they were all panicking. The alien races are attacking. Someone shouted. Many people's faces turned pale. They thought of the rumors that wherever the alien race passed, they would leave no one alive. How is that possible? How could the alien races find the entrance to the small world? Someone shouted. It had been so many years, and the alien races hadn't been able to find the entrance to their small world. How did they find it now? No matter what, prepare to face the enemy. An old man with almost all his hair gone stood at the front and spoke. He was an elder of the small world. There were a total of 5 elders in the small world, and they were all extremely powerful great emperors. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, deafening rumbles came from the front. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were marching in the air, causing the void to tremble. Then, a mass of dark clouds rushed over. It was not a dark cloud, but a foreign race. Countless alien races rode on all kinds of beasts and roared as they charged over. The remnants of the heaven realm, kill them all, leave no one alive. The alien races roared and the alien beasts roared. They waved their weapons and charged over. Let's kill our way out, kill. An elder shouted. All the experts in this small world gathered and charged toward the alien race. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the rest followed the crowd and charged out. The two sides clashed. The first to be hit were the great emperors from both sides. When they collided, terrifying shockwaves erupted as they fought fiercely. Chapter 2296 Intense Battle. Kill. A long spear materialized in Lu Ming's hand. He thrust the spear forward and its radiance burst forth. In an instant, more than 10 alien races were killed by Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was almost unrivaled among the true emperors. Even if he encountered a rank 18 true emperor, he could defeat them with the help of the profoundness of the indestructible ancient scroll. Therefore, Lu Ming seemed to have entered a no-man's land. He did not put up any defense at all and attacked with all his might, killing the alien races one after another. Wherever Lu Ming passed, the alien races fell to the ground like raindrops. However, there were too many alien races. They were much more in number and had more experts. Miserable shrieks rose and fell. People from the heaven realm were also constantly being killed and fallen here. Especially in the battle between the great Emperor realm experts, the heaven realm was at a disadvantage. Some great Emperor realm experts had already fallen. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to them. Kill. A rank 18 true Emperor alien had his eyes on Lu Ming and was charging towards him. Boom. Boom. The two of them collided continuously. Lu Ming disregarded his own defense and launched a frenzied attack. Lu Ming hit the other party and the other party hit Lu Ming as well. The two of them retreated while coughing blood. However, Lu Ming had the imperishable golden body and his defense was astonishing. In addition to his breakthrough in the life law, the power of the indestructible ancient scroll was even more terrifying. Lu Ming's injuries were healing continuously. Lu Ming did not care about his injuries at all. He rushed towards the other party again and fought with all his might. The alien roared and charged at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. The two of them continued to exchange blows. After more than 10 moves, the alien was finally defeated. Lu Ming could recover quickly, but the alien could not. Kill. Lu Ming became one with the spear. He thrust his spear forward and pierced the other party's head. A rank 18 true Emperor powerhouse was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current strength was truly at the peak of the true Emperor realm. With a sweep of his world energy, he pulled the corpse into his small world. Lu Ming then used his 6-feathered divine wings to attack a non-human with the combat power of a level 17 true Emperor. After a few moves, the alien was also killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flickered. He specifically picked some top-notch true emperors to kill. For example, a level 16 true emperor, a level 17 true emperor. In this way, Ren Chan and the others could finally take a breather. Go and kill that brat. In the sky, a non-human emperor stared at Lu Ming. There were more great emperors of the non-human race, and they could easily take out some to do other things. Kill. A non-human emperor charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils contracted. His current combat strength was almost invincible in the true emperor realm. However, he was no match for a great emperor. Even the weakest great emperor could kill him easily. Lu Ming planned to use the celestial thearch's physical body. Initially, There were too many foreign tribe experts and many top-notch great emperors. Even if Lu Ming used the celestial thearch's physical body, it would not be of much use to the overall situation. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to save it for critical moments. However, he had no choice but to use it now. Boom! Just as Lu Ming was about to use the celestial thearch's physical body, a terrifying and shocking pressure burst out from the depths of the small world. That was the might of the heavens, the might of the heavenly Tao. The celestial emperor. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. It was said that there was another celestial emperor in this small world. It seemed that it was true. Forefather. The heaven realm's cultivators roared and became excited. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the depths of the small world, a few sword lights shot out. Wherever the sword lights passed, the space was torn apart, leaving hideous cracks. A few sword lights were aimed at the few great emperors. One of them was the great emperor who was about to attack Lu Ming. It's the celestial emperor. The alien expert roared as he retreated in fear. However, how could their speed compare to the celestial thearchs? They couldn't retreat at all. A few emperors of the non-human race were killed by a few sword lights. Then, a sword light flashed in the void, and an old man with white hair and a long robe appeared. This was the old ancestor of this small world, a celestial emperor, known as the Celestial Emperor Extinctive Sword. Buzz! Heavenly Emperor Extinctive Sword let out a deafening howl as a sword light burst forth from his hand. He was about to attack the non-human emperor again. However, at this moment, Celestial Emperor Zhu Jian's expression changed drastically. His sword momentum changed and turned into a brilliant and huge sword light, slashing towards the side of the void. Boom! The void exploded, and a huge hand covered in purple scales appeared. It collided with the sword light. After a shocking roar, the sword light dissipated and the big hand also shrank back. A few scales on the big hand were cut off, and a trace of blood oozed out. Then, the void trembled, and a burly alien appeared in the sky. This foreign being also exuded a terrifying pressure that was not weaker than Heavenly Emperor Zhujian's. He was also a powerful existence in the Heavenly Emperor realm. I didn't expect that there would be a Heavenly Emperor who slipped through the net. You can't be left alive. Today is the day of your death. The foreign Celestial the Arch said coldly as he charged toward Celestial the Arch Zhuxian. The Celestial Emperor Extinctive Sword's body burst out with a brilliant sword light as he fought with his opponent. At the same time, a voice rang in the ears of everyone in the heaven realm. Don't linger in battle, charge out. The voice of the Celestial Emperor Extinctive Sword rang out. Charge! The 5 elders and the other great emperor powerhouses gathered with Lu Ming and the rest. They rushed to the front and charged out without a care for their lives. All of you stay. The outsiders roared and surrounded them, not giving them a chance. You guys go first. We must rush out. 2 of the elders roared. Their bodies emitted a brilliant radiance that burned like flames. The 2 founding elders were going all out. They burned their own origins to increase their strength and block a large number of alien experts. Doyen! Many people howled in grief. Burning one's life source would definitely exhaust one's life force and one would die without a doubt. Charge! The elder roared. Charge out with us, kill! The remaining Doyens and Great Emperor Realm experts led everyone to charge forward. 2 elders tried their best to stop them, but they finally broke through the encirclement and rushed toward the exit of the small world. Behind them, the alien races were chasing after them at an extreme speed. In the process of running away, there were still people dying. Soon they saw the exit of the small world. At this moment, the exit of the small world had been torn open by the alien race, and the exit had expanded hundreds of times. They immediately rushed out. However, when they rushed out, their expressions became even uglier. In front of him was a dense crowd of non-humans, forming an arc that surrounded the exit of the small world. Obviously, the alien race had come prepared. Moreover, he saw 2 burly men in front of the alien tribe. They were from the heaven realm and Lu Ming had seen them before. The 2 burly men looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a cold smile. Nan Gong Kong, it's you! You betrayed the small world. You betrayed us! Someone shouted. They finally knew why the alien races had found the entrance to the small world. It was because someone had betrayed them. Chapter 2296. Charging into the depths of the Forbidden Land, everyone's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as they stared at the two burly men. They had been betrayed. He he he. At this moment, the two burly men laughed sinisterly. Then, a layer of black light was emitted from their bodies. It twisted and two black shadows emerged from their bodies. Beside them, two figures appeared like shadows. They've been possessed. One of the elders spoke. They hadn't been betrayed. The two of them had been caught by a foreign race when they went out to gather information. Then, they had been possessed by a foreign race and had obtained the address of the entrance to the small world. At this moment, the two burly men also came to their senses. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, they instantly understood that they had been used. They had found the entrance to the small world. All! The two of them roared, and their eyes turned red. They turned around and pounced toward the alien race. It was hard for them to accept this. However, one of the great Emperor Realm foreign beings struck out with two palms and killed the two burly men. He he he, remnants of the Heaven Realm, you still want to escape? Kill them, don't let a single one of them escape. One of the great Emperor Realm foreign beings waved his hand. Instantly, the alien army charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Charge out! One of the elders roared and charged over first. A chaotic battle broke out again. The two sides fought fiercely. However, the alien races came from behind. Lu Ming and the rest were no match for them at all. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He wielded his long spear and slaughtered his way through. The alien races were constantly killed by him. He was bathed in blood, both his and the alien races. He continued to circulate the indestructible ancient scroll, healing his injuries. He was like a killing machine that would never tire. Lu Ming had no idea how many alien races he had killed, but the number of people around him was decreasing. Ren Chan was also severely injured. If not for Lu Ming's protection, he would have died. Well, block them and let them rush out. They must rush out. One of the elders roared as his body started to burn like a flame. He burned his life source. He wasn't the only one. The other elders, including the great emperor experts, were all burning their life force. After burning his life source, his battle power had increased dramatically. They had finally torn open a hole. Get out! Ren Chan, you must survive! An elder roared. Ren Chan and Lu Ming were too talented. They could not die here. They could only rise in the future if they escaped. Young people were the hope. Grand elders, Ren Chan cried. The others were the same. The grand elders and elders were doing this to protect them. Otherwise, with their own combat strength, they would have a greater chance of getting out. At this moment, Lu Ming's nose felt a little sour. In the past 2 years, he had already blended into this small world and had feelings for it. But now, he saw with his own eyes that the people he was familiar with were dying one by one in front of his eyes. This was a kind of sorrow. Power, power, I need unparalleled power. Lu Ming roared in his heart. If he didn't have the strength, it was foreseeable that if the Tai Ching heavenly region was breached in the future, the primordial realm would not be spared either. At that time, he would not be able to protect his family, his friends, and his lover. This was something he could not accept. Charge out! An elder roared. Kill! Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the others followed suit, roaring and charging toward the gap. Stop them! The experts of the foreign races attacked crazily, but they were blocked by the Doyens. Lu Ming and the group of people charged madly towards the road. In front of them, there were a few great emperor-level figures opening the way. Along the way, there were still people dying in battle, but they were determined. Finally, they broke out of the encirclement. However, the Doyens and the other great emperor realm elders had already been drowned out by the foreign races. They could no longer be seen. They knew that most of the Doyens and elders would not be able to survive. Kill! In the distance, the alien races were chasing after them, and the situation was still very dangerous. Where should we go? There are alien races everywhere. No matter where we go, we will die. Many people's faces were pale. Even if they rushed out, they still had no way out. Enter the land of dusk. At that moment, Lu Ming's words were heard by everyone present. Many people could not help but look at Lu Ming. The Land of Dusk was the #1 forbidden area in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. It was full of danger, and those who went in would most likely die. Previously, a large number of foreign powerhouses had entered the depths of the Land of Dusk and suffered heavy losses. Even the Celestial the Arch had died. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went in? If we try to escape in another direction, we won't be able to escape. Sooner or later, they will catch up to us. At that time, only death will await us. Only by entering the depths of the Land of Dusk can we have a chance to survive. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. Lu Ming spoke with a firm voice. All right, let's do that. We don't have time. Charge into the depths of the Land of Dusk. Ren Chan shouted. Let's go. The remaining few emperors also made their decision and rushed into the depths of the Land of Dusk. Behind them, the foreign races were closing in on them. As they fled, they chased and killed, and people kept dying. Well, bring up the rear. A few great emperors came to the back to stop the alien races. The Land of Dusk was extremely dangerous. It was filled with terrifying killing intent. However, due to the attack of the foreign tribes, the structure of the terrain had been changed. There were traces of fighting the Wa everywhere, and the energy of the field had disappeared. They had followed the path opened up by the alien race. Otherwise, they would have died under that field energy. They charged all the way into the Land of Dusk. However, after charging for a while, they encountered another group of foreign races. This road was also guarded by alien races. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, the alien races roared and charged over. There were strong enemies in front and pursuers behind. Now, there was only one battle left. Charge! Lu Ming took the lead. His glabella glowed, and the Celestial Thearch's physical body flew out. Now, he had no choice but to use the Celestial Emperor corporeal body. Fortunately, in the past few years, Lu Ming would store energy for the Celestial Thearch's body whenever he was free. Lu Ming had killed so many true Emperor Realm alien races and obtained an astonishing amount of their crystals. They were constantly converted into energy for the Celestial Emperor's physical body. Over the past 2 years, the energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had reached an astonishing 55%. The power of such rich energy was naturally astonishing and terrifying. Lu Ming merged into the Celestial Thearch's physical body. The Celestial Thearch's physical body held the combat sword and slashed. A large number of alien races below the Great Emperor level were instantly killed. Such a powerful puppet. Ren Chan and the others were overjoyed. They had thought that the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was a puppet. Lu Ming controlled the Celestial Thearch's physical body and took the lead in killing. The Celestial Thearch's physical body was sturdy and immortal. Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He only needed to charge forward and kill. It was so terrifying that it made people's hearts beat faster. It was a great horror. Roar, roar, roar. Roars came from several mountains in a row. The mountains trembled under the roars, and even the earth trembled. The clouds in the sky were scattered, and cracks appeared in the space. There seemed to be a few ancient beasts lying dormant in the mountains. What is this? Someone's voice trembled. They recalled the news that they had heard before. Some time ago, the Outlanders had entered the depths of the Land of Dusk in large numbers, but they had returned in defeat in the end. A terrifying creature had awakened in the depths of the Land of Dusk. The Outlanders, who were also heavenly emperors, had fallen here. Was this the kind of creature he was facing now? Their faces turned pale. This was truly a dead end. There were alien races behind them, and there were such living beings in front of them. However, they did not blame Lu Ming. Even if they did not take this path and rush to other places in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain, there was no way for them to go. The alien races would catch up with them. If they encountered the alien race's Celestial the Arch, they would still be doomed. Ever since the alien races found the entrance to the small world, their fate seemed to have been sealed, just like all the other creatures in 10,000 spirit heavenly region. Roar! A few terrifying roars sounded from the mountains. Then, a few figures walked out. And NBSP instantly, a terrifying death energy exploded and covered the world. Many of those with weaker cultivations immediately spat out large mouthfuls of blood. That is, humans. No, zombies. Zombies. Someone exclaimed in shock. The figure that walked out of the mountain was not a prehistoric giant beast. It was in the form of an adult and had a tall figure, more than 2 meters tall. However, these figures were covered in long golden hair and had blood-red eyes. The aura of death and fierceness was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. They were clearly zombies. These mountains were indeed huge tombs. Terrifying experts were buried in these huge tombs, and they had turned into zombies after their deaths. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming and the rest's minds. However, what kind of existence could turn into such a terrifying zombie? Even the heavenly emperor of the foreign race had fallen here. Roar! There were a total of 5 zombies. Their blood-red eyes were fixed on Lu Ming and the others. A terrifying, murderous aura filled the air. Not good. Stop. The remaining great emperors rushed forward and unleashed their auras, trying to stop the demonic chi. However, the moment the demonic chi hit them, their bodies trembled and they retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock. They couldn't resist the fierce chi. The strength of these zombies was terrifying. However, although these zombies had amazing strength, they didn't seem to have any intelligence. With a roar, their fiendish chi became even stronger and turned into a cold killing intent. Not good, retreat, retreat. A great emperor roared. Roar! Roar! The 5 zombies roared and moved like lightning, rushing towards the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Finished. Everyone had the same thought. These few zombies' strength was incomparably shocking. They were not what they could resist at all. They would be easily torn apart. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar came from the depths of the land of dusk. Then, the 5 zombies suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! In the depths of the land of dusk, behind the towering mountains, at least a dozen figures flew through the air. They were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were near them. Let's go, don't force us to fight. You're courting death. The burly man in the lead said coldly. A terrifying aura enveloped the heavens and earth. His figure was clearly no different from an ordinary person, but he made people feel as if they were facing a giant wild beast. Roar! Roar! The 5 zombies also roared, and their terrifying aura enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Everyone's expression changed. These 5 zombies were extremely powerful. With the addition of the dozen burly men, they simply couldn't resist them. If they attacked, only death would await them. No matter what, they are all human beings. It's better than falling into the hands of the alien races. That's right, then we'll go with them. A few people transmitted their voices. In the end, the few great emperors nodded and decided to follow the other party. Follow us. The burly man in the lead led the way into the depths of the land of dusk. Lu Ming and the rest followed him. The other burly men fell behind and blocked their way out. They flew toward the tomb-like mountains, and when the 5 zombies arrived, they entered the cracks in the mountains, and the mountains closed one by one. Could it be that these zombies were all experts who cultivated ancient body cultivators when they were alive? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Ancient body cultivators had extremely strong bodies, and it was difficult for their bodies to decay even after death. These zombies were so powerful, so they were most likely formed after the ancient body cultivators died. Experts who cultivated the nomological system did not have such powerful bodies. Even if they turned into zombies after death, they would not be so powerful. Moreover, these zombies didn't seem to have any intelligence, but they listened to the orders of the burly men. The burly men called these zombies ancestors, which explained the problem even more. The group of people kept going inside. After crossing those mountains, what appeared in front of them was still the mountains. There are so many mountains. It can't be that every mountain has a powerful zombie, right? Someone said in a low voice, full of shock. If that was the case, it would be terrifying. No wonder the foreign races would suffer a great loss here. They had flown over at least 100 mountains. In front of them, there was a col surrounded by a few mountains. In the col, there was a huge stone gate. The stone door was open, and there was a pitch-black vortex inside. This is the entrance to a small world. Lu Ming and the group had an idea. The burly man in the lead entered the stone door first, followed by Lu Ming and the rest. After stepping through the stone door, they arrived at a huge square in the next moment. There were already many people around the square. They were all middle-aged men with strong qi and blood. One look and one could tell that they were all from the immemorial system. The land of 10,000 spirits, number 1 forbidden area, the depths of the land of dusk, actually had a small world with a large number of Archean body cultivators. It was truly shocking. Come with me. The burly man who was the leader of the group stood in front of them. After he finished speaking, he led them and flew forward. This space. No, could it be a small world that was born naturally? Lu Ming sensed it carefully and was even more surprised. There were many small worlds in this world and most of them were man-made. Once one's cultivation reached the true emperor realm, they would be able to cultivate a relatively stable small world. However, there were also very few small worlds that were not man-made, but were born naturally. For example, when the heaven realm was born, there would also be some small worlds born and attached to the heaven realm. However, such small worlds were extremely rare. The one where the immemorial body cultivators lived was naturally born. Chapter 2300. The world of body cultivators. After flying for a while, a huge city appeared in front of them. In the city, all kinds of stone buildings soared into the sky. They were so dense that one couldn't see the end of it. From afar, one could see many people coming and going in the city. This place was like a real world. It was like a huge country. It was said that there were many cultivation systems in the immemorial era. For example, the immemorial body cultivator, the immemorial martial Dao, the immemorial demonic Dao, the immemorial devil Dao, and so on. There were many cultivation paths, and they were extremely prosperous. Later on, the origin law system rose up and expanded at an astonishing speed. This was because the ancient cultivation system had extremely high requirements in all aspects. The cultivation conditions were harsh, and only a few people could cultivate it. However, the nomological system didn't have such high requirements. As long as one had some talent, they could cultivate it and naturally grow very quickly. It didn't take long for the nomological system to become the most powerful cultivation system. Where there were people, there would be martial arts. And NBSP, the various systems fought against each other, and then a shocking war broke out. And NBSP, the various ancient systems were fighting against the law systems. That battle was earth-shattering, but in the end, it ended with a great victory for the nomological system. As for the other systems, many of their inheritances were severed and they fell apart. Slowly they became weaker and weaker. By now, there were not many people who cultivated the immemorial system. However, there was such a world here. Could it be that it had been here since the immemorial era? Everyone's imagination ran wild. After that, they flew into the city. Countless people looked at Lu Ming and the rest curiously, whispering to each other. Not long after, they arrived at another square. There were already quite a few people on the square. There were old men, middle-aged men, and young people. All of them had powerful qi and blood, like wild dragons. Even though the hair of the elders had turned white, their skin was smooth and their muscles were full, as if they were filled with boundless strength. Elder! The burly man in the lead came before a few white-haired elders and bowed to report. He then told them in detail about his encounter with Lu Ming and the rest. The few elders nodded. One of them walked toward Lu Ming and the rest. Were you the ones who disturbed our ancestors' slumber a while ago? The old man asked. Senior, it wasn't us. One of the great emperors on Lu Ming's side said. Not you? Some time ago, our ancestor was disturbed and walked out of the tomb. He roared and fought with people. This time, we sent people to check and happened to see you. How can you say it wasn't you? The old man's face darkened. Senior, it really wasn't us. The ones who attacked this place were the alien races. We were also chased by the alien races, so we fled here. An emperor explained. A foreign race? What alien race? Could it be a divine beast? There are also many divine beasts among you. The old man was puzzled and his gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest. It's not a divine beast. It's a race from another world. They're fierce and brutal. Most of the territories in the heaven realm have been occupied by them, and countless creatures have died in battle. The great emperor explained. What? A race from another world? The old man's expression changed drastically. On the side, The expressions of the other immemorial body cultivators also changed. My body cultivators have been living in seclusion here ever since the war in the ancient times. I've never left. What's happening in the outside world now? The old man asked. Everyone's hearts moved. No wonder the other party didn't know about the foreign races. They had been living in seclusion here since the ancient era. The immemorial era was much longer than the ancient era. During the immemorial era, the foreign races had yet to invade. Senior, it's like this. The great emperor immediately recounted the invasion of the foreign tribes in the ancient times in detail. Then he told them how they were besieged, how they escaped in defeat, and how they had no choice but to escape to the depths of the land of dusk. The old man and the other Archean body cultivators all listened attentively. After they finished listening, their expressions became extremely heavy. Senior, of the 9 heaven domains in the heaven realm, 8 have been occupied by the Outlanders. The 10,000 spirit heavenly domain was occupied countless years ago. Now, countless small worlds and other forbidden lands have been occupied by the Outlanders. Only the land of dusk has not been occupied. I speculate that the Outlanders will not let this place go. They will mobilize a large number of powerful cultivators to attack this place. The great emperor said. The old man's expression was uncertain. After a while he said, "What you guys said, is it true or false?" It was obvious that they were still skeptical. In the battle that year, the immemorial body cultivator had been defeated by the system of laws. They did not have a good impression of people who had the system of laws. Every word is true, the great emperor said, and the others nodded in agreement. Buzz! 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 At this moment, a few burly men flew over at top speed, their faces filled with panic. Elder, a large number of experts have appeared in the ancestors' slumbering grounds. I don't know which race they are from, but they are attacking the ancestors' slumbering grounds. A burly man reported. What? Gather the experts and face the enemy. The elder roared, and his voice spread far and wide. Soon, the sound of a bell rang out from the giant city. Buzz! 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 Countless figures flew out of the buildings in the city and toward the exit of the world. So many experts. Lu Ming and the rest were secretly shocked. Among them, some of their auras were terrifyingly strong. They were definitely figures of the great emperor realm, and there was no lack of heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. You guys keep an eye on them, don't let them go anywhere. The elder ordered the people around him, then rose into the air and also headed towards the world exit. There were more than 10 burly men around them, staring at Lu Ming and the group. Lu Ming and the rest waited quietly. 2 days passed, and they saw a large number of figures flying back to the city. It seems like we won. The immemorial body cultivators are indeed powerful. Ren Chan's beautiful eyes flickered as she said. The others also revealed looks of joy. No matter what, the immemorial body cultivators were still humans, so they were better than the foreign races. At this moment, a few figures flew over. The one in the middle was a young man. The young man looked to be in his 20s. He was well-built and muscular, as if he was full of infinite strength. He flew toward Lu Ming and the group, sizing them up curiously. The elder asked me to pass on a message. He believes that what you said is true. With the current situation, all the races in the heaven realm should unite with each other. So, you can move freely here in the future. One will arrange your accommodation. Ren Chan and the others were ecstatic. They were saved. It was clear that the strong ancient body cultivators who had gone out to fight with the foreign races had finally believed their words and agreed to accept them. This brother, I wonder how the battle situation outside is? Lu Ming stepped out and asked with cupped fists. The alien tribes outside have been defeated by the powerhouses and the sacred ancestor body. The young man said. I'm guessing that the other races will probably send more troops and experts. Lu Ming said, his expression still somewhat solemn. Chapter 2301 Cultivation Field. The young man nodded and said, the elders have already thought about it. They will send a large number of experts to guard the place where the ancestor is slumbering. At the same time, the elders are also thinking of other countermeasures. All right, I'll bring you to your living quarters first. Then, The young man turned around and flew in one direction. Lu Ming and the rest followed him. On the way, they found out the young man's name. He was called Honglu. Not long after, they came to an empty land. There were large stone houses here and no one was living in them. Lu Ming and the rest stayed there for the time being. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed since Lu Ming and the rest arrived. Honglu was very curious about Lu Ming and the rest, mainly about the outside world. Therefore, he often came to look for them. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and Hong Lu were all young people. Naturally, they could get along well with each other. After a while, they became familiar with each other. Lu Ming and the rest also had a better understanding of this world. Ever since their lineage was defeated in the Primordial War, they had been living in seclusion in the depths of the Land of Dusk. The Land of Dusk was the most dangerous forbidden area in the Land of 10,000 Spirits. There was a terrifying energy field everywhere. For so many years, no one had discovered that there were actually a large number of primordial body cultivators living in seclusion here. The exit of this world, which was the place where the ancient body cultivators had said their ancestors were slumbering, was indeed the place where the ancient body cultivators' ancestors were buried. Many Archean body cultivators who had fallen would be buried there. Under the effect of the wonderful field energy there, the bodies of those experts would turn into zombies. Although the zombies had no intelligence, the ancient body cultivators had a special technique that allowed them to communicate with the zombies and control them to form a powerful combat force. Back then, when the foreign tribe attacked the depths of the Land of Dusk, they had alarmed those zombies. Those zombies had awakened and defeated the foreign tribe. The awakening of the zombie had also alarmed the Archean body cultivators, which was why they had sent people out to investigate. They had just happened to run into Lu Ming and the others, and mistook them for attacking that area. During this period of time, Honglu had also been inquiring about the outside world's information. Lu Ming told him what he knew. The alien race is so vicious. They deserve to be killed. Honglu roared angrily, filled with righteous indignation. Brother Lu, Miss Ren Chan, shall one show you around? Enjoy the scenery and customs of our side. Honglu invited. All right, Ren Chan said. She was also very curious about this place. It was just that it was her first time here, so she did not dare to walk around. Lu Ming also nodded. Immediately, they led the way, and everyone began to walk around. Most of the Archean body cultivators were simple and honest. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, they sized them up curiously, smiled, and nodded. They walked around the city and came to a wide area. This was a cultivation field of the immemorial system. The cultivation field was very wide, and there were many people cultivating there. However, most of them were quite young. There were 2 to 3-year-old kids, 5 to 6-year-old kids, 7 to 8-year-old kids, and the oldest was a teenager. What surprised Lu Ming and the rest was that the strength of these little brats was shockingly great. Lu Ming saw a 4 to 5-year-old kid running around with a huge cauldron weighing more than 10,000 caddies. A 7 or 8-year-old child was carrying a small mountain and walking as if he was flying. Each and every one of them was shockingly powerful. Lu Ming and Ren Chan were dumbfounded. We Archean body cultivators have to lay our foundations from the age of 1. Well, soak our bodies in spiritual liquid to polish our bodies. From the age of 3, well, have to cultivate body tempering techniques. All our cultivation is focused on the physical body, so we're stronger. Honglu explained with a smile, feeling rather pleased with himself. Amazing. He's indeed amazing. Lu Ming sighed. The immemorial body cultivator had an unparalleled physical body and was indeed extremely powerful. Those who cultivated in the nomological system would temper their bodies and become stronger as their cultivation level increased. After reaching the martial royal realm, cultivating a spirit body would have all kinds of wonderful effects and a strong vitality. However, when it came to physical strength, Lu Ming realized that even the bodies of many martial saints were not as strong as the bodies of the 7 or 8-year-old children here, let alone martial emperors. As for those teenagers, their bodies were even more astonishing. Bang! Bang! In the sky, 2 figures were engaged in an intense battle. The 2 15 or 16-year-old youths kept clashing in the sky like 2 rainbows, their speed shocking. It's equivalent to the battle strength of a bright saint. Also, this kind of use of the physical body is too amazing. Lu Ming sized it up carefully and was amazed. These 2 young men were only 15 or 16 years old, but they already had the battle strength of a bright saint. This was already very good. Furthermore, their use of their physical bodies was extremely profound. Their muscles were vibrating rapidly, resonating with the air and space, allowing their bodies to fly at an amazing speed. The vibration was very subtle. If not for Lu Ming's amazing eyesight, he would not have noticed it. The two's attack method was very simple. It was a collision of power. Each punch hit the flesh. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them exchanged a few hundred moves before stopping. They each found a place to resume their cultivation. Brother Lu, I can feel that your blood qi is extremely rich and your body is strong, far beyond other cultivation systems. I'm very curious. Have you also cultivated body cultivation techniques? Honglu sized Lu Ming up and asked curiously. Honglu was an expert in body cultivation. He was very sensitive to people with powerful physical bodies. He could naturally sense that Lu Ming's physical body was extremely powerful. I've never cultivated body cultivation before. It's just a coincidence that my body is stronger, Lu Ming said with a smile. His spiritual body was a superior grade heavenly spiritual body and he had refined the chaotic qi inside, so he was extremely powerful. After that, he had been tempered by the 9 types of laws forming a river. In addition, he had refined a portion of the ancestral dragon's blood's energy. This made Lu Ming's physical body shockingly powerful. In the nomological system, none of the martial artists of the same level could compare to Lu Ming's physical body. Brother Lu, why don't we have a competition? Honglu said expectantly. He had never sparred with experts from other cultivation systems before. He had always been very curious about how strong the nomological system was. It could actually defeat other cultivation systems in the ancient era. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He was also very curious about how strong the pure physical cultivators of the immemorial era were. Bao Da was also an immemorial body cultivator and was very powerful. Lu Ming had fought with Bao Da in the Primordial Realm's 10 Lands battle and had a deep impression of him. The two of them moved and arrived in the sky. The youths and children in the cultivation field were all attracted. Big Brother Honglu is going to make his move. Big Brother Honglu is invincible among the younger generation. It's been a long time since he fought. I can learn well this time. The youths and children all called out in excitement. Even some of the older ones were attracted. As the strongest genius of this generation's immemorial body cultivators, there was no need to doubt Honglu's combat strength. They also wanted to see how powerful the geniuses of the nomological system were. Chapter 2302, Body Cultivation Technique. Brother Honglu, please. Lu Ming waved his hands. Brother Lu, be careful, Honglu said. The muscles on his body bulged slightly, and a terrifying whistling sound came from his body. That was because his blood qi was too rich. The fluctuations produced when he circulated it were like the angry roar of a true dragon. When one's blood qi reached such a level, it was absolutely terrifying. Even without the life law and the indestructible ancient scroll, one's vitality was still astonishingly strong. Most injuries would be able to heal quickly. Boom! Honglu's muscles trembled. His body rushed towards Lu Ming, and he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and circulated the world energy in his body to the extreme. The strength of his physical body was also mobilized by Lu Ming. In addition, Lu Ming used a law, the law of chaos. Boom! Lu Ming also threw a punch. This punch was a combination of Lu Ming's physical strength, the power of the world and the power of the law of chaos. With Lu Ming's current cultivation and his third realm laws of chaos, the power of this punch was extremely shocking. Bang! The two fists collided. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He felt that Honglu's fist was like a few hundred mountains. Waves of terrifying power rushed towards Lu Ming. Even the third realm laws of chaos trembled and were almost pierced through. Lu Ming's body could not help but retreat. Honglu's body only swayed slightly before stabilizing. What powerful strength! What powerful battle strength! Lu Ming was a little shocked. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, even if he only used one type of chaos law, his combat power was extremely shocking. Few people of the same level in the Tai Ching heavenly region could block him. However, Honglu had forced him back with one punch. Honglu's combat strength was top-notch even in the Tai Ching heavenly region. Amazing! Brother Honglu is amazing! The children and youths all began to shout in excitement. But Honglu himself, his expression was very grave. Although he had forced Lu Ming back with a punch, he could sense that Lu Ming had not used his full strength. There was a terrifying power in his body. Brother Lu, I don't think you've used your full strength. Use your full strength. Honglu said. Come. Lu Ming only said one word. At the same time, his body was constantly glowing. Array Dao Law, Artifact Dao Law, Penetration Law, and Extreme Law. Lu Ming had used 4 types of laws in succession. Among them, the Array Dao Law and the Smithing Dao Law were at the 3rd realm, while the Penetration Law and the Extremity Law were at the 2nd realm. Lu Ming's aura was stronger. Boom! The 5 types of laws fused and supplemented Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming threw another punch. Honglu also charged toward Lu Ming, throwing a punch. Bang! The two of them collided for the 2nd time. The space where their fists met kept exploding, revealing cracks that looked like spider webs. This time, the two of them swayed at the same time and took a few steps back. Then, the two of them started fighting again. Bang! 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 The collision of the fists was very direct, and they continued to bombard each other. Lu Ming did not use his divine ability, life law, or death law. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves and ended up in a draw. After another exchange of blows, the two of them retreated, and Honglu panted heavily. Awesome, awesome. The system of laws is indeed wonderful. Brother Lu, did you use your full strength? Tell me. Honglu stared at Lu Ming. Almost just a little bit more. Haha. Lu Ming smiled. He didn't use his full strength, mainly because he wanted to save some face for Honglu in front of the child. After all, Honglu was the strongest heaven's favorite of this generation of immemorial body cultivators, and was the idol of these children. If they defeated Honglu, it would inevitably be a blow to these children's confidence. You bastard, I knew it. Let's fight again next time. Honglu was rather forthright. He chuckled and did not take it to heart. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Your physical body is really strong. It's not weaker than some body cultivators. Why don't you try to cultivate some body cultivation techniques? A body cultivation technique? Lu Ming was stunned. Look over there. The Honglu Road pointed to the north. There was a huge cliff at the edge of the cultivation field. From a distance, one could see dense words written on the cliff. What's written on it is a body cultivation technique. Let's go and take a look. Honglu said. Brother Hong, this is a body cultivation technique. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to take a look. Lu Ming said. Every system had its own cultivation technique, many of which were not taught to outsiders. They were not body cultivators' inheritors, so it would be bad if they violated a taboo. It's fine. That body cultivation technique is only used to strengthen one's foundation. Everyone can cultivate it. It's not a core technique. Honglu said as he walked towards the cliff. Lu Ming and Ren Chan were very curious and followed him to the bottom of the cliff. Little Heavenly Mystery Art. Lu Ming looked at it carefully and realized that there was a body tempering technique recorded on the cliff. It was called the Little Heaven Mysterious Skill H. The minor heavenly mystery technique is the most widespread among the ancient body cultivators. It's also the most suitable body tempering technique to build a foundation. Anyone can cultivate it. It has a total of 12 levels. If you're interested, you can try cultivating it. It'll be very helpful in improving your body. Honglu said. Many thanks. Lu Ming and Ren Chan thanked him and then began to read it carefully. This is really amazing. It turns out that there are so many things to pay attention to in the physical body. Lu Ming sighed as he read. Soon, he had memorized all the content. He then sat cross-legged and comprehended it quietly. 2 days later, Lu Ming began to cultivate. First, he activated the first level of the Little Heavenly Mysterious Art. Buzz! His muscles, his bones, and even his internal organs all let out a buzzing sound. The buzz turned into a wondrous energy. It was like a sound wave that seeped into every part of Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt his entire body go numb as if he had been electrocuted. His body was trembling slightly according to a strange pattern. Lu Ming realized that his physical body was slowly becoming stronger. Some of the areas that were difficult to temper in the past were also becoming stronger. Although the extent of this increase was very small, it was indeed becoming stronger. It was as if his physical body was being thoroughly baptized and polished. Not long after, Lu Ming felt that he had successfully cultivated the first stage of the Little Heaven mysterious skill. Next, the second level. Lu Ming continued to cultivate the second level. At the second level, Lu Ming realized that the tempering of his body was more thorough. His muscles and bones were vibrating at a mysterious frequency. His entire body was numb and itchy. His muscles and bones were slowly transforming. Lu Ming's physical body was already very powerful to begin with. However, it was already very shocking that he could still transform. Not long after, Lu Ming had cultivated to the second level and then the third level. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.